Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. And,
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Good morning to all members of the committee. Good morning to the Deputy Minister of the Department of Justice and Development and his team. Good morning to the representatives of the National Prosecuting Authority. You are all welcome in this meeting. Today we're dealing with the briefing by the department and the NPA on the TRC matters. We also suppose members to receive a briefing from Parliament relating to the protection of state information bill. We all would recall that it's one bill that had a lot of controversies in the country, but we received a request from Parliament Legal Unit that they request that they will prepare a document for us as a form of an opinion on how best do they think that the committee must handle the bill. So I request members that we defer the matter relating to the state information bill, protection of state information bill, to another day. Will indicate when they have already prepared that document to help the committee deal with the matter best. Is that in order, members?
It's in order, Chair.
It's in order, Chair.
Honorable Mkhwebane?
No, after we're done with this, Chair, let's just complete this. It's fine. I'm saying it's in order, Chair, with the first one. I'll come back when we need,
Okay.
I need to say something, yeah.
Okay, that's fine, Honorable Mkhwebane. Can we now get DM? Can we now get a presentation from Committee Secretary? Do we have any form of apologies?
Good morning, Chair. I have not received any apologies so far.
Thank you. Who is here on behalf of the NPA?
Chair, I saw that Advocate Batoi is in attendance together with the team.
Thank you very much. Good morning, NTPP.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I've been trying to get this in order. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable colleagues, honorable members. Good morning,
Okay.
Deputy Minister.
Chairperson?
DG.
Okay. Honorable Mkhwebane.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I thought you'll give me the opportunity to raise whilst you were dealing with the issue of the protection of state information bill, but then also to say, Chairperson, to take note, and also we need to have a plan to deal with the issue of statutory rape. Remember, there was that notice without motion and a letter from the speaker for us to conduct the public hearing. So I just wanted to say possibly the programming committee or the secretary can start also, or the team to just develop an action plan for that, so that we can deal with it, because we need to receive public submissions on the crisis of statutory rape of young girls. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhwebane. You'll remember that this cuts across a number of portfolio committees, so our planning must be in line with the Speaker requests us to have a coordinated plan as different portfolio committees, but we're working on it, Honorable Mkhwebane. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, we'll start with the department, then we'll take NPA. We'll take them. We'll take the department, take NPA, then we'll have we'll discuss them as a whole. Deputy Minister, you can proceed with your team.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Greetings to yourself and members of the committee and all on the platform, in particular also the National Director of Public Prosecutions and members of the NPA team, in particular the missing persons team. Chairperson, thank you very much to yourself and members of the Portfolio Committee for putting this very, very important issue onto the agenda. In doing so, I also convey the apologies of the Minister and the Director General who are in Russia at the moment attending the BRICS Ministers of Justice meeting. I think they are definitely with us in spirit. From the side of the department, the team is led by the acting Director General, Ms. Calais Pillay, also with Deputy Director General, Ms. Shireen Said, and members of the TRC team. I think in bringing this briefing to the Portfolio Committee, we do so cognizant of the fact that the department has been entrusted with one of the most painful tasks arising out of some of the darkest chapters of our very, very painful history. It's tasked with giving effect to the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as outlined in the Act and the report of the TRC. Now, we would just want to say up front that I think a tremendous amount of work has been done since the TRC concluded its work. That work was often very difficult, very complex, and charting new terrain. We've sought at all times to do that, bearing in mind that we are dealing with human beings, with our fellow citizens who experienced some of the most horrible forms of human rights abuses, the very things which led apartheid to being declared a crime against humanity. And much as there has been progress, I think we would be untrue to ourselves and to the very important mandate that we've been given if we were to say to this committee that we have done all that we need to do, and I think more importantly that we've done it at the speed that we should do. And I think all we can say at this stage is that the Minister and I, in meeting with the relevant officials, have indicated that we wish to see these matters speeded up, and we've committed to working both with that team, but with other colleagues and in Cabinet who share elements of or responsibility for elements of this work, in particular, insofar as it relates to the individual reparations and community reparations as well. So in some instances, those matters have not moved as fast as we would have wanted them, also because there are other departments, in particular the departments of human settlements, of education, of health, social development, that are also involved. And we would want to commit ourselves to improving coordination at that level. Lastly, I think the National Prosecuting Authority will speak about the prosecution of apartheid-era crimes and the attempts that are being made to hold and to bring to account those who were responsible for the perpetration of these horrible crimes. But also the sterling work that has been done by the NPA's Missing Persons Task Team in terms of locating the remains of those who were so cruelly murdered by the apartheid regime. And also just to commend the humanity with which members of that team have carried out this very difficult and very painful task. I'm sure that in their presentation and their briefing, they will also enlighten the committee about the work that is being done at the moment as we speak in Zambia in terms of the exhumation and preparation for the repatriation of the remains of our compatriots who paid the ultimate price in the struggle for freedom. So, Chairperson, with that, through you and with your permission, I would then ask the Acting Deputy Director General, Ms. Calais Pillay, to lead the department's briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, TM.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. I will just briefly put on my camera, and if I may have permission to switch it off due to our network issues, Chairperson.
Yes, you can, DDG.
Thank you. Chair, we are on the platform this morning with DDG Shireen Said, who is the DDG of Constitutional Development, where the TRC unit resides. The TRC unit, as we may be aware, is a dedicated unit dealing with the implementation of the TRC recommendations. They work closely with the branch legislative development insofar as the development of legislation is concerned, in particular for the regulations to implement the reparations that were approved by Parliament. We have several dependencies insofar as the finalization of the regulations are concerned. We have completed a number of regulations and implemented several pieces of the reparations. However, there are still some critical parts that are outstanding, and I would like to hand over to DDG Said to lead the presentation and to talk to some of the challenges we have encountered together with their team, which is, I just mentioned Lufuno Mbadi, who is the head, the director in the TRC unit. Thank you, Chair.
If I may, good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, DM colleagues. I am joined today with my colleagues, Ms. Denaline Fransman, who is the Chief Director in the Chief Directorate heading Participatory Democracy and Social Justice, together with Ms. Lufuno Mbadi, and also Ms. Elrie Roberts, who is is a project manager for the President's Fund. I wanted to start out by saying that the TRC unit is located within the branch of Constitutional Development, and a large part of why it's located in this branch is due to the fact that we look at issues of social justice, human rights, and implementation of the Constitution. We are, of course, guided in our work in all aspects, and especially with regard to the TRC, as we recall the preamble looking at recognizing the injustices of the past, honoring those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land. And also another very important point is healing of the past. So those values are pretty much how members of this branch, the department in general, but also the TRC unit approaches all of its work. And as we engage with our other work on social justice, as well as healing divisions, we locate a large part of the lessons especially in ensuring social cohesion in our work, and reflect on those aspects as we proceed. Members, you would have received a PowerPoint presentation together with a narrative, and I want to start out going through some of the work that has been done by the unit, but I also want to acknowledge the quality of the officials who are working in this particular unit. I myself have only recently joined the department, just 6 months over, and I was still getting in touch with many of the issues that are raised, that are managed inside from a departmental perspective, but certainly not unused to the issues that we face just in terms of TRC related work. Ms. Lufuno Mbadi, who is the director of the unit, has been with the unit since 2010. So she has a great deal of institutional memory and experience of engaging with many of the victims as we have to process many of their claims. Additionally, we also have Mr. Tapelo Mokshane, who may be known to many. He's been with the TRC unit since its inception, and as it stands today, is receiving many of the families and remains that are coming through from victims, victims of apartheid that died outside of the country. And then, of course, the other colleague who is assisting in the TRC unit, Mr. Rampari, who's just come back from managing a series of outreach programs to assist with victims, identified victims and their families, so that they are able to claim through the education fund. So this is just in general a very small snapshot, of what takes place daily with respect to the work in the TRC unit. As you may know, the work is regulated by Section 42 of the Promotion of the National Unity and Reconciliation Act, and Parliament in 2003 approved the reparations to TRC identified victims in respect of 4 categories. The one being final reparations in the form of a once-off grant. Secondly, medical benefits and other forms of social assistance, symbols and monuments, and rehabilitation of communities. Now, in terms of carrying out our work, you will notice not just ourselves today are joined by the National Prosecution Authority, but we also have assistance, especially with some of the regulations with other departments. Now, in terms of what the department generally handles, with the once-off grants, if I may go into that one, since the publication of the regulations in 2003, the TRC identified victims were 21,676. And many of you know, as some of you might have gone onto our website, you will find the actual details of these identified victims on the website. Now, of this 21,000, 17,428 who applied for the once-off grant were paid initial 30,000 Rand once-off payment. The total amount so far has been 53 million paid, and of these, 1,248 that were not paid, we still have some of the funds related to that. And of course, there were some members, some identified victims who chose not to accept the grant, which is partly why we have that particular number. With regard to exhumations, reburial, and symbolic burial of deceased victims' reparations, the regulations on this were published in May 2010. And in this regard, this is where we lean heavily onto our colleagues from the National Prosecution Authority, who leads the Missing Persons Task Team. And investigations in this regard were conducted into the 477 persons who had disappeared through political circumstances from the periods 1960 up until 1994. Additionally, from the TRC identified missing persons, the Minister of Justice had launched the Gallows Exhumation Project in March 2016 for the exhumation of the remains of the 83 political activists who were judicially executed. And if you went to the project here at the Pretoria Hoshimampuru facility, you will see some of the dedication to those who were judicially executed, and it's a real stark reminder of what our country has been through. So to date, at least, a total of 180 exhumed remains have been handed over and reburied. And then of the 11 deceased victims whose remains could not be found, their remains were, they had symbolic burial following the cleansing and spiritual repatriation. Payments made with respect to exhumations and reburials is in the region of 5 million, as you see in the presentation. The area of reparations that probably is one where we have the highest turnover and turnaround has been in the area of education. Now, you may know that the education assistance reparation is available to TRC identified victims, their relatives, and the dependents, and this is offered for both basic education and higher education training. Now, with regard to basic education, this generally starts at grade R, and these payments and these applications were processed since the year 2015. In terms of, it's been now implemented for about 7 years. The total number of students funded under the basic education reparation is 10,914. And these payments made has been in the region of 118,000. And daily we have, 180 million. Daily we have very many queries coming from many of the victims on the kinds of requests that they make and what kind of support they can achieve. And we usually have a particular turnaround time to respond. Needless to say, between the times of when school starts, our numbers and requests are much higher because we've got to make out the necessary payments for those particular applications that have come through. With regard to higher education, the regulations in this regard also commenced as of 2015, and the total number of students funded is 1,896. And here we've made a payment of about 129 million. And we generally have many requests for secondary and higher education, but there are times when we have to turn down some of the requests because there are certain provisos within the reparations, especially to more certain aspects of tertiary education outside of the basic tertiary education that the regulations do not cater for. Now, in an area where I think we have to put more emphasis because we have to acknowledge that it's taken a very long time for a variety of reasons for these regulations to be put in place, namely housing, community rehabilitation, and health services. And in this regard, I would like to just raise the following points that we've engaged extensively with the departments of health, with the departments of human settlements, and to a large degree also with the Department of Social Development, because some of the requests that have come through recently have been requesting support that falls outside within us as a unit in terms of implementation of the regulations, but requires some of the support services. As an example, for health services, in the absence of the regulations being in place, and a process that's in place between by the Department of Health, as an example, is that facilities of Department of Health will be used for whatever support is required at this point in time. And then also on with regard to engaging with the community rehabilitation, and here my colleagues will speak to some of the realities and experiences that we have, and I'll hand over to Ms. Lufuno in a bit with respect to community rehabilitation and the many processes, from the surveys that have been undertaken, consultations with communities, as well as many other stakeholders. And in particular, I also want to mention the varying times that we've had engagement on the draft regulations that went out and comments that have been made. Sorry.
So, are you able to share on the screen the presentation you're making?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was under the impression you had it, but we will do so if you just give me a minute to flight it.
Yes, you're planted. Advocate Mkhwebane?
Oh, Chairperson, I thought, in fact, actually she's almost done, but yeah, she's sharing. I thought you've frozen for some reason. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, we're trying to relocate it to another device. We're just having a bit of a challenge with this one. I was practically at the end of the presentation, so I will still flight it, but what I will do to save us time whilst I try to screen share is hand over to my colleague, Ms. Lufuno Mbadi, to discuss some of the challenges we've experienced with health and with community rehabilitation, whilst I try to get the document flighted.
Okay, that's fine. Flighting is also for the benefit of the public. Members do have the presentation, but the public doesn't have, so it helps them better to understand what we're trying to do. So you can proceed, DG.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Lufuno Mbadi. I just want to continue where DDG has left off in terms of sharing the challenges with regard to the finalization of the regulations that are outstanding. The first one that I will refer to is the regulation on housing. The regulations on housing are in a way in an advanced stage. The reason why they are not finalized as yet is due to the fact that as we were working with our Human Settlements Department, there was a lot of to and fro, which actually finally led to the Department of Justice doing a door-to-door needs survey, because the Department of Health needed us to provide them information in respect of the form of housing reparation that the TRC assessed victims ought to receive. And the reason why they requested that was actually due to the delay in the finalization of the regulations. Can I just pause there and ask if the presentation is clear? It's been shared now?
Yes, it's shared. It's shared.
Okay, thank you.
It's it now.
Yeah, so then where the regulation housing are at, as indicated now in the shared presentation, we are actually considering the issues that have been received from the Minister of Finance, and after that, then they will soon be finalized. Similarly, with the regulations on community rehabilitation, there have been a number of drafts that were done in terms of community rehabilitation, but I think the challenges that we've been having with regard to community rehabilitation was that after the public comments were received, there were concerns in terms of then who then will you be rehabilitating in those communities, since most people might have relocated or might have passed on. I think it will be also important to indicate that when the TRC made this recommendation, it had in view the fact that it's not everybody that was able to appear before the TRC. And its view, when one reads the different reports, is that there are communities that suffered intense acts of violence. So the members there, because of what was happening, also suffered intense acts of violence. So it kind of opened up the rehabilitation, which then will also speak to those who were not identified as victims. So when then the public comments came through, there was that challenge that people might have relocated, etc. However, with the few communities then that we engaged, we realized that yes, people are still within these communities. Yes, people have psychologically suffered because of what has been happening. So the regulations are also nearing the finalization stages, and they'll also be in place. The regulations that we still have a challenge with is the regulation with regard to special health services for victims. The regulations were submitted to the Department of Health some time ago. And unfortunately, the amendments which were supposed to happen with the Department of Health were then not done in time. They are still not done. And however, we have made some strides in the sense that we have recently in this year met with the Department of Health, and the officials have given us some response. A working meeting is coming soon in October, where we will seek to make sure that the regulations begin to move towards finalization. I think it will also be important to indicate that even though we don't have the regulations in place, we do assist TRC identified victims who do indicate that they need health assistance. We have an arrangement that has been made with the Department of Health. The Department of Health has a TRC appointed person who focuses on TRC identified victims that have health issues. So when we receive those requests, we do forward them to the Department of Health. Their official then do contact the TRC identified beneficiary, visits them, refer them, and make sure that they get assisted. But I think once the regulations are in place, there will be better assistance than we are currently offering to the victims. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, that's our immediate presentation for now. We've tried to keep it as brief as possible and more high level. We obviously will be very happy to respond to the questions if there are any later. Over to you.
Thank you very much, DDG. Thank you very much to the department led by a delegation led by the DM. NTPP, can we now get the presentation from NPA?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And once again, good morning to Honorable Chair, Honorable members, the DM, acting DG, and colleagues from the department. Chair, can I just check with my colleagues who's flighting the presentation? Yanni, I think it's you, if you can please. In the meantime, Chair, I'll say that I'm joined at this presentation today by the members of the NPA, the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Rodney de Kock, under whose portfolio the TRC matters resides. And we are also, he has some members of the team present who he can introduced. I know we do also have Madeleine Fullard from the Missing Persons Task Team, who is joining from out of the country, as the DM mentioned. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, if we can move to the first slide, number 3, Yanni. Yes, just by way of introduction, I'll make a few remarks, Chair, and then I'll hand over to Advocate de Kock and members of the team. But first, we would like to say that, you know, for the past couple of years, we have really tried very, very hard to ensure that we can, after many, many years, we can bring a level of justice and accountability with regard to the atrocities committed during the apartheid years, and help many families on their road to healing in this process. It's been a very, very difficult and challenging process for many reasons that colleagues will set out. But we are pleased that we are making some significant progress in terms of trying to deal with the unspeakable acts of gross human rights violations and crimes that were committed under a veil of secrecy during the apartheid era. We want to ensure that there's accountability and the rule of law prevails to the extent that we can, as I said, under very, very challenging circumstances. In order to do this, we've adopted a multi-pronged approach, which deals with, firstly, prosecutions, which is quite clear. And then the second aspect is dealing with inquests to ensure that, you know, there were inquests that were held many, many years ago. In cases where there's new evidence, we've actually reopened these inquests, or where inquests have not been held, we don't reopen them, but we've requested or recommended to the minister that these either inquests be held or that inquests be reopened where they were already held. And then the final aspect of accountability and justice for the families is the work that is done by the Missing Persons Task Team, where they have really made significant strides in tracing, in locating, and in returning the remains of many activists and victims who died or disappeared in mysterious political circumstances between 1960 and 1994. There's been 2 key projects: the Gallows Exhumation Project, which seeks to recover the remains of political prisoners who were hanged at the gallows, whose remains are recovered and handed over to the families with dignity. And the second project, important project, is the Exile Repatriation Project, which is currently underway and involves the exhumation and repatriation of remains of many exiles that are being conducted in Zimbabwe and Zambia as part of the TRC recommendations on community reparations. But you will hear more about this from my colleagues. I want to point out that even where all leads are exhausted and we are unable to prosecute or open an inquest or recover remains, we try to ensure some degree of closure to the families by ensuring that we keep them informed of all the avenues that have been explored in order to try to ensure that there is justice and accountability. If we can, and this is slide 4. Yeah, so you know, I've actually dealt with all of these issues. I think finally, I'd just like to say at a very high level that we do work very, very closely with the DPCI. We created a dedicated component in 2021 to prioritize this matter, and you will hear about the capacitation of this entity or this capacity, dedicated capacity within the NPA from colleagues, but the DPCI are the investigators, and so together we are working really, really hard with the DPCI to try to ensure that there are prosecutions or inquests, as the case may be. It's a very, very hands-on approach that the teams adopt in these investigations, and they are bearing fruit. At this stage, Honorable Chair and colleagues, members, I would like to hand over to Advocate Rodney de Kock, the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, who will take us through more of the granular detail of the efforts that we've made and progress in order to deal with the TRC matters. And then once he's done and the team is done, I'll come back with a few concluding remarks, and then we will stand ready to take any questions and comments. Advocate de Kock, are you ready?
Morning to the Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the committee, and the Deputy Minister of Justice, and all present on the platform. Just by way of introduction, the NDPP has introduced the presentation. Just for the members to note that the presentation is broken up into 10 parts.
Can you take down a little bit your camera? We only see half of your face.
Oh.
Yes. That's proper then. You can proceed.
I can't see my face at all because we've got the presentation on the screen, so my apologies for that, Chairperson. The presentation is set out in the following way. An introduction dealt with by the NDPP, the background, the action plan, capacity, monitoring and evaluation, engagement with stakeholders, the challenges, noteworthy developments, the missing persons task team, and then the concluding remarks by the NDPP will be made towards the end. Chair, we also note that the presentation has been circulated, and we also take that the presentation has been read by all of the honourable members as well. So I will try to highlight key aspects and relevant aspects of the presentation. Just by way of background, prior to September 2021, all TRC matters were overseen by the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit in the MPA. During September 2021, the MPA made a strategic decision to create a dedicated TRC component. That component is located within the prosecutions division of the MPA that I head up. We also then appointed a special director of public prosecutions to oversee the work of the TRC component. And then also, we also then appointed a national TRC coordinator that coordinates all of the TRC work throughout all of our divisions. And recall that the MPA has 10 divisions currently in our country, in the 9 provinces. There are 2 divisions in Gauteng, and that explains why there's 10, and we have 9 provinces. Just to emphasize that since the establishment of the TRC component, a great work has been done and a lot of good progress is being made. And we fomented the coordination of our work and the strategic direction of our work. When the PCLU handed over the cases in 2019, TRC matters.
You got frozen, Advocate de Kock.
and of the component, we've had increased joint accountability sessions between the MPA, DPCI, that is accountable to do the investigations in respect of TRC matters. Just to note that since September 2021, 104 new investigations stemming from the TRC has been added to the list of TRC matters. And so this is an ongoing feature of the work that we do. As we are doing more work in relation to TRC investigations, new matters are being referred to us either by family members or by the work that we're doing within our investigations, and that adds to our cases. So it's not a static number. This is an ever-growing number, and correctly so, because ultimately we want to deal with all of the injustices that arose from the past. A total of 126 cases are currently under investigation. The action plan that we have developed, and we explain the methodology that we set out in this format. At a high level, in the first part, we do an assessment of each investigation to determine whether or not the case qualifies as a TRC case, and the work that needs to be then undertaken in respect of that particular case. We follow a prosecutor-guided investigation approach. This means that the prosecutors will sit with the investigators and then scope the nature of the investigation to be undertaken. Of course, in each matter, it's a different investigation. This will depend on the circumstances of each matter. And so that PGI is really guiding the investigation to ensure that we have court-driven investigations that ultimately will be evidence that we can produce in our courts, whether it's in a criminal court or in an inquest court. It's important that we collect the evidence correctly. Each division in our that falls under our directors of public prosecution. They then have to ensure that they manage those investigations and prosecutions, and the cases are then enrolled in each of our divisions, and the directors of public prosecutions must ensure that the timeframes that we set out for each of the investigations are adhered to. Of course, we cannot sometimes anticipate the delays that potential accused or suspects will have on matters, but to the extent possible, prosecutors and investigators are working according to timelines so that we can get matters finalized. We do have, as a fourth area in our methodology, monitoring and evaluation, and this ensures that on a monthly basis from all of our respective divisions, the 10 that I've explained, that detailed reports are presented to our national office in relation to each and every matter that we have. And the last aspect in terms of the approach is resourcing. And so this is an ongoing issue where we constantly assess the resources that we have available for the TRC work, both in terms of human capacity and in terms of the budget that is required by the investigators and by the prosecutors in order to do their work. We can move to the next slide. As far as the involvement of the DPCI and the investigation methodology that is followed, we do set out schematically how that works. As you can see, there's engagement with the Directorate for Priority Crimes Investigation and the senior management. We focus on our best to render quality investigation into TRC matters. There's a dual focus on the prosecution-guided aspects of the investigation to ensure that there's quality investigations and decisions are informed after matters have been properly investigated. I spoke about the monthly monitoring of progress. We also have monthly comparison of reports received from divisions and the formalizing of the approach to reopening and registration of investigations into TRC matters, the new referrals of TRC matters, and the appointment of investigators and prosecutors in respect of prosecution-guided investigations. What this all means is that we make sure that there's proper investigators assigned to each case. So each case deserves proper attention, not just cases that are in the media, all cases, and that each case, a prosecutor is assigned to each case. This ensures that from the inception of the matters, the prosecutors are working closely with the investigators. So that gives us a better quality of investigation. It also gives us better decision-making ultimately. There are challenges with that because people resign, people leave, people get appointments elsewhere and promotions, but we try to close those gaps as best we can as we move forward in the process. This slide is just a reflection of the various coordination meetings that we have put in place between the MPA and the DPCI. As you can see, there's a national TRC coordinator for the DPCI as well to enhance the support within the TRC component. We also ensure that needs are identified in terms of the upskilling of both investigators and prosecutors, and that there is one action plan or case plan that is developed for the cases. We do a SWOT analysis in relation to each of the matters to identify strengths, weaknesses, and the opportunities and threats in relation to those cases under investigation. We talk about some of the difficulties that we have. For example, note the dockets are not available. Often these dockets were created years and years ago. It's difficult to find the dockets. The records are destroyed. We have to deal with declassification of records. We have to engage with the National Archives. Often we have to engage with universities. And of course, we have to share all of our experiences as well. And then we also develop best practices as we move forward with some of our matters and as we have received court judgments in some of our matters, particularly in reopened inquests. We learn lessons from that. And those lessons are then shared amongst the teams that are working in these matters. So the rollout in relation to our approach in 2023 and 2024 is also now part of the annual operational plans of the MPA. What that means is in the formal documentation, where the strategic plan of the MPA is developed. In each of those plans, we will see a reflection of the TRC work. And then in relation to each of our divisions under a Director of Public Prosecution, the operational plan is developed that speaks also directly to the TRC priority. Of course, these operational plans will have other priorities of the prosecution service. It also speaks to corruption. It also speaks to organized crime. It speaks to tax offenses. It speaks to gender-based violence. And TRC is a priority that's reflected in the plans of the organization. What that does is it ensures that all prosecutors are aware of those priorities, and it also means that when we do contracts with our prosecutors, the individual contracts, that these priorities are reflected in the work that the prosecutors do, particularly in the components that they assign to. Now, a similar approach is followed in the DPCI in terms of their standard operational procedures, and the work of TRC investigations are then embedded in the standard operational procedures of the DPCI and the investigators. So the same approach is followed, and ultimately that creates the reassurance to both the managers within the respective departments And it should create a reassurance to the public, the members of the public, and to members of the committee that this work is correctly operationalized within the structures of the police and within the structures of the prosecution. So as we move forward, this work will get the proper attention that it deserves. If we can move to the next slide. As far as the capacity is concerned, we spoke about the dedicated capacity of prosecutors and investigators, the appointment of TRC investigators, and prosecutors are informed by the volume of matters within each of the divisions. As I reflected, members of the committee, at the beginning of the presentation, this is an ever-changing number because cases are added. And so the challenge that we have is to always ensure that we have the necessary capability to be able to do the work. And that speaks to our budget, and that speaks to the appointment of personnel to be able to do the work. We also, in our divisions, have senior managers. They are called deputy directors of public prosecutions. They have the same powers of our directors of public prosecutions. So they are our decision makers, and they can ensure that the people that are assigned to do the work are doing their work correctly. And at that local level, they must report an account to our deputy directors of public prosecutions. Where there's no dedicated prosecutors that are appointed, our DPPs, our directors of public prosecutors, must ensure that prosecutors from our permanent staff component are then also appointed to assist in our TRC matters. So we don't just rely on our contract prosecutors to do TRC matters. We can also leverage of our permanent staff to assist in our TRC matters. In some divisions where there is no dedicated prosecutors, our deputy directors oversee the work of the TRC, as I've indicated. Just to add as well, in terms of capacity, on a monthly basis, we do call national meetings with our directors of public prosecutions, and that is where we account for all the priority case management work within the MPA. So TRC is a particular focus, and on a monthly basis, we discuss progress, challenges, and then also the resourcing that's required in all of our divisions. If we can move to this page. This is just a reflection of the current status. The total number of dedicated TRC prosecutors appointed in the divisions are currently 16, and we give a breakdown of each of the divisions. And then also in terms of the total number of dedicated TRC investigators appointed in the divisions, there's 29, and we then also give a breakdown of each of the divisions as well as the TRC coordinators at a national level. This again is just a reflection of the MPA personnel assisting on TRC matters. And just to re-emphasize the point of the DDPPs, those are the Deputy Directors of Public Prosecutions. So in each of our division, we've got a senior manager that oversees the work that happens in each of those respective divisions. And on the left-hand column of the slide, you will then see the divisions. Just a reminder, it's Free State, Mkanda, and then in the Eastern Cape, DPP Eastern Cape. Mkanda is part of DPP Eastern Cape, Northwest, KZN, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, DPP Johannesburg, DPP Pretoria, DPP Limpopo, and DPP Western Cape. This is a reflection of the volumes of matters within each of the divisions currently. It is the total of 126, and then we give you a breakdown of each of the divisions. What is noteworthy is that the majority of the matters currently, the Western Cape sitting with 11, Mkanda 12, KZN 24, Johannesburg 21, and Pretoria 13, and Limpopo 14. So that is a reflection of how we have to then skew our budget and our resourcing in order to ensure that the divisions with the most cases receive the bigger budget and the bigger personnel as well. So if we come to this slide, this is an important slide because it sets out schematically the progress that are made in relation to the matters that I've just spoken about. And we try to categorize it into three categories. We call it A, B, and C. And in relation to each of these categories, there are lots of detail that informs the progress of each of the investigations. But at a high level, the A category are cases that are in the inception phase or the beginning phase of an investigation. So let's say the first part of an investigation, a preliminary part of the investigation. The B part is the intermediate phase of the investigation, and where we're getting closer to the final stage, which is what is the advanced stage of the investigation. And cases in the advanced stage of the investigation, prosecutors will soon be in a position to make a decision in relation to those particular matters. So the decision can either be that they got sufficient evidence to prosecute where there are suspects, or they may make a decision that a case has to be reopened for an inquest, or they may make a decision to close the case because there's insufficient evidence to take that particular matter any further. So just important to note that currently in the C category or the advanced category, 54% of the cases are in that category. And I have been informed that that would translate in the next quarter into at least 45 matters potentially being ready for decision. So that is also an indication of the good progress that is currently being made in respect of this work. We can move to the next slide. The next slide is again just a summary of the C category matters that I've just spoken about. And then it also indicates some of the matters that have already been finalized. And so we see the inquest in the Western Cape of Imam Maroon. And then in KZN, Dr. Afuji's case, and the inquest of Z. Zukulu. Also, there's one finalized criminal matter of State versus Wesley Bodansala that has been finalized in KZN. And in Johannesburg, we see the inquest of that Dr. Neil Agate has been finalized, and Mr. Ernest Dipali has also been finalized in the Johannesburg courts. We can move to the next slide. So since after September 2021, we set up what we call accountability sessions between the investigators and the prosecutors. And the main objective of accountability sessions is to ensure that there's accountability for the work that has to be done by investigators and prosecutors. But this is not just the say-so of those individuals. We ensure that there are structured meetings. These meetings happen over a period of 2 to 3 days based on the number of cases that have to be discussed. We ensure that all of our managers are present in those meetings, both from the prosecution side and from the investigation side, so that the actual investigators and prosecutors can account for the work in relation to the matters that have been assigned to them. So this is a mechanism to ensure that we can track the quality of the investigations and also the decision-making ultimately that needs to happen in those matters. So it's a good mechanism of accountability, and ultimately this happens in the regions and it happens under the auspices of a director of public prosecutions in our divisions. So these are the most senior people in our divisions, and that's an important point. The cases are getting attention at the most senior levels so that we know that there's good progress, that the quality of the work is good, that we can support our people who are working on these matters. Very difficult cases to investigate, but they must get all the necessary support by the managers and by the heads of the prosecution and of the police in the divisions. If we can move to the next slide. This is again just the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. This is again just an indication of the methodology that is approached in those accountability sessions that are held. Firstly, at the beginning of the assessment, there's an honest assessment of the progress that have been made in relation to each of the matters. Over 2 days or so, we expect that our investigators, or the investigator and the prosecutor assigned to each case, must do a presentation of the progress made, the nature of the evidence, so that there can be a discussion of the case and also identify what still needs to be done in each of the matters. And of course, we have the benefit then of a collective discussion of that particular investigation. So to the extent that there's advice or that there are any challenges, which is the third area of discussion, then ways can be found to overcome some of those challenges and what needs to be done in each of those investigations and in each of those cases. Where challenges cannot be resolved at a provincial or at a regional level, that is then escalated to through our national coordinator, to our national office of the MPA, where the NDPP and myself and others are sitting. And so if there is an intervention required at our level, that we also make the necessary intervention to support the work of each of the cases. If we can move. Honorable Chair and members of the committee, these are just for your notice. These are the schedules of the meetings that have taken place on these accountability sessions. I'm not going to go through it line by line, but you can take note of all the sessions that we have held. And that the most recent session was in the Eastern Cape on the 3rd to the 4th of September 2024. And there are still sessions that are planned for the future meetings. Chair, if you can just give me 1 minute. I note that my battery is not charging. I just need to ensure.
Okay.
Thank you. I see the battery is charging again. I just did not want to get cut off. If we can move to the next slide. This slide deals with skills development and in-house training. Just to give you some sense of what we need to focus on, which is different from our normal investigative and prosecution work. So TRC work is a specialized field, and we're developing a specialized capability to be able to deal with TRC work. It shows you some of the trainings that we have done: crime scene reconstruction and simulations. We have to do this because most of these crime scenes, when the investigations were done, nothing was done to record how these crimes were committed. We have to then reconstruct and call experts to simulate exactly how the incidents occurred, to explain to courts exactly the geographical location, the circumstances under which the incident occurred, etc. And we need experts and develop expertise to come and give evidence in our courts. We also have to deal with mutual legal assistance and extraditions. This means that we have to get cooperation of other countries to secure evidence. That is also done, and we have training on that. We have orientation sessions on TRC matters. We've done one recently in the Northwest. Then we have to prepare various memorandum as well. We have to also look at preparing of the opening of inquests. So there's a particular format that this has to be done, as the NDPP indicated. These have to be submitted to the Minister of Justice, often, especially where we want to have an inquest heard in the High Courts. Where there was no inquest, then we will proceed with those inquests in our magistrates' courts, and we don't need the permission of the minister to hold an inquest. A virtual meeting of both the MPA, the DPCI electronic case management system, the creation of a database for uploading of data on TRC matters. So we're also creating a proper database to be able to deal with all of the TRC matters and with the progress in relation to the TRC matters. This is also just a reflection of some of the work that is going to happen over the next 2 months in relation to particular matters. So in the Eastern Cape, there will be preparations in relation to the North Crest 5. In October, there will be all divisions and the DPCI pertaining to protection of witnesses and processes to be followed with the Office of Witness Protection. This is also an issue that we have to be very alive to, that there are witnesses that are in these cases, and witnesses may be under threat. So as part of our strategy, we must ensure that our witnesses and our people are protected, particularly those who are going to come to court. In October also, we're looking at specialist forensic pathologists, all divisions and the DPCI, where we will go through expert evidence in relation to particular pathologies that we have in these matters. And then in October 24, we'll talk about the missing persons task team exhumations. This will also be explained later by the head of the missing persons task team. Chairperson, as far as engagements with the families are concerned, previously we have reported to the committee on engagements with the apartheid era victims family group. We have embedded the process in relation to engagement with families, our prosecutors, and our investigators. As part of the operational procedures, must ensure that families are kept up to date of progress in relation to all matters. And there's regular engagements and updating of the families to ensure that when decisions are finally taken, be it a prosecution, an inquest, or to close a matter, the families are aware that the investigator and prosecutor have explored every possible avenue before arriving at the decision. If we can move to the next slide. Of course, we wish to ensure that there's a relationship of trust between families, the MPA, and the DPCI. We also ensure that to the extent that families have any relevant information or evidence, that this can be shared with our teams so that this can be followed up as well and that investigations can be pursued. Where the families are aggrieved by any particular issue, we request that those be dealt with through the Director of Public Prosecution's Office and the management of the prosecution in each of our divisions. And of course, where those matters are not resolved, it can then be escalated to our national coordinator and to the national office and to the NDPP to the extent that there are issues that we need to intervene on. Just to note that we have had personal, if we can move to the next slide, that at the national level, we've also engaged personally with the victims group. And we plan to have further meetings with these groups to ensure that we can speak to the ongoing progress in relation to these matters. So we just give a reflection on the slide of the various meetings that have already been held. And as you can see in the different divisions and also at the national level. So that is the last of the engagements. If we can move to the next slide. Just some of the other engagements with relevant stakeholders. I spoke earlier about some of the challenges that we do have. So just for the benefit of the committee as a reflection of some of the areas that we have to, and some of the departments involved. Public works can also be involved, surprisingly. Often it's about regional plans pertaining to state-owned buildings for the construction of crime scenes. The National Archives to access the inventory of information to assist in investigations of TRC matters. There's a lot of information in the archives, and we do have researchers that work closely with us, also in our missing persons task team. There's a lot of work that happens in relation to archives. The Department of Justice to partner with TRC Department in upcoming matters and access to information to aid investigators and psychological counseling for families. So there's a link to our Department of Justice. The State Security Agency to access the inventory of information to assist in investigation of TRC matters. The Department of Justice also in relation to follow-ups, in relation to many of the matters and the issues, and also in relation to the missing persons task in progress and the particular initiatives that falls within the department. The Department of Public Works, again, for meetings with the DG of Public Works and the State Security Agency meetings with the management of the State Security Agency. To address many of the challenges in relation to classified information. And as you know, we cannot access classified information until it's been declassified. And unfortunately, we still have challenges with information that is classified. So I'm almost at the end of our presentation, and then I will hand over to my colleague from the Missing Persons Task Team. Chair, the following slides are just some of the noteworthy developments. We've touched on this. We've received the first conviction with evidence post 2021, the establishment of the TRC component, the 8th of November 2023 in KZN, State versus Modern-Seller, was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. If we can move to the next slide, you will see on the left-hand column is the matter finalized with the decision. And we start with the reopened inquest of Mr. Ernest Dipali. The original court finding was suicide by hanging. That has been overturned. Also, Dr. Haffergy, the original finding of suicide by hanging has been overturned. Also, the inquest of Imam Haroon, the original finding of death resulting from a fall downstairs has been overturned. The inquest of Mr. Zukulu, the proceedings have been finalized. The matter has been referred to the MPA for a decision. So in this particular instance, then, an assessment will be made whether there is sufficient evidence to proceed with the prosecution and whether or not the suspects are still alive to be charged. The reopened inquest of Dr. Neil Agate, the original finding of suicide by hanging, has been overturned. So the approach that we have now is that firstly, the families are able to be present in an inquest hearing, a formal inquest hearing. These inquests are not dealt with on the basis of evidence on affidavit. The evidence must be led in an inquest court. It's open to the public, and it's also open, of course, to the family members who can participate in the inquest proceedings. And the advantage of this approach is that the truth can be revealed as to what had transpired. And in this way, we also believe that we can make a small contribution to the closure of the families in relation to what happened to their loved ones. If we can move on to the next slide. These are the matters on the left-hand column that are currently on the criminal court roll. The COSAS 4 matter is in the Johannesburg court. It's on the court roll on the 20th of November 24 for trial. State versus Kutsia and another. This matter is on the court roll on the 14th to the 18th of October in the High Court in Pretoria for leading of further evidence in terms of Section 77.3 application. The accused apparently has brought an application to say that he's not fit to stand trial. So that those proceedings will continue. The State versus Maria and 3 others, the trial date was set in August. Unfortunately, we will give you a follow-up on the date in relation to that particular matter. State versus Botha on the 12th of November 2024. This is about legal representation for the accused. I think there's a repetition of that. And the State versus Schoon and others on the 7th of November, also for legal representation. Then the Craddock 4 matter, the inquest was reopened and was in the inquest court on the 2nd to the 20th of June. This matter has been postponed until next year. We will provide the date. The inquest of Chief Albert Luthuli. We are waiting the appointment of a judge. We've also received authorization from the Minister of Justice for the reopening of that inquest, which will be held in the High Court in KwaZulu-Natal. Griffiths Mkenge, the inquest has been reopened, waiting appointment of a judge. Dr. Rick Turner, inquest will be held. We're also waiting the appointment of a judge. The Highgate Hotel matter, the inquest will be held on the 27th January to the 7th of February 2025. The inquest of Mr. Boy Manje has been reopened, a judge to be appointed. The inquest of Mas Marudi, the inquest to be held, a judge to be appointed. And the North Crest 5 matter, the inquest to be held and the judge to be appointed. We proceed with the noteworthy matters. The inquest of Opa Madondo will be held on the 5th to the 6th of November 2024. The inquest of Mr. Njakazi will be held. The proceedings are underway. We'll have to give you an update on that, Honourable Chair. It was August 2024 when those inquest proceedings commenced. And then Messrs. Nuzuza and Romotlo, the inquest to be held, shortage of capacity and shortage of capacity. This means that we are looking to reinforce the team that needs to proceed with these matters, and the same with the rest of the matters, Mabata, Shezi, and Shabalala. We're also assessing to ensure that we have dedicated prosecutors assigned to ensure that those matters can speedily be taken further. In the matter of Mr. Mobokazi, there's also an inquest to be held. We indicate some of the indictments that still must be finalized. We have 3, and then memorandum for inquest and reopening of inquest underway. There are 10. So this means these are the memorandums that I spoke about earlier that needs to be prepared for either the Minister of Justice or for a reopening of an inquest in the lower courts. So we are by the final 2 slides dealing with with challenges. And this is not the concluding slide. The NDPP will come after the missing persons task team presentation. The NDPP will come with the concluding remarks. But if the committee can just bear with us a little bit longer. Some of the challenges we have highlighted before, but just to re-emphasize the documents that we need, often destroyed, and we need to do reconstruction. We need to look at secondary evidence where we can't find original documentation. I spoke about the lack of dockets, lost inquest records. We need expert evidence that in relation to often our reconstructions of the crime scenes, and also to give evidence about the cause of death, and also to give evidence regarding ballistics and so forth. So lots of expert evidence required in these matters. The experts are very important because the experts will come and tell us a story, a picture, based on what little evidence we still have of the incident and the circumstances under which the death occurred. Witnesses, I spoke about our initiative now to involve our witness protection unit to ensure that witnesses are protected and that witnesses can be reassured that if they're cooperating with the state, that they will receive the necessary protection. So to the extent that there are challenges with that, we are also looking at that. We speak about delaying tactics of accused persons. We have noted in some of our matters before the courts, last-minute applications for legal counsel, often through where people were members of the security services, particularly the police. They have to do applications for legal assistance. These things take time, it's delayed, and decisions through the state attorney. But of course, at the end of the day, all accused are entitled to the same rights set out in our Constitution. And of course, they get the benefit of the constitutional rights that are now available to all accused. So the same legal provisions apply to these individuals who have to appear before our courts. We mentioned some issues regarding investigators and prosecutors' cell phones. We may be picking up issues that is interference in the investigative work, but these matters are also receiving attention from our side. So, Chair, I will end on that slide, and then I'm going to hand over to Ms. Madeleine Foulard. She's the head of the Missing Persons Task Team. It's known as the MPTT in the MPA. It's located in the National Prosecution Services that I head, and the work then is reported in the National Prosecution Services. Ms. Foulard was formerly a researcher in the TRC and has a long background in research into TRC matters. She has served as the head of the Missing Persons Task Team since 2005, and the Missing Persons Task Team falls under the prosecution component and works closely with our TRC component in the prosecution. So I will then hand over to Madeleine. Madeleine, if you can also just switch your camera on so the members of the committee can also see you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and committee members, the Deputy Minister, the Acting DG, and my colleagues from Justice and the NPA. I have turned my camera on, but I'm not seeing myself. Can you tell me if it's on?
We can't see you as well.
Oh dear. Okay. I will try and do that. Okay. Let me proceed, and I hope that I will resolve the camera issue as we proceed.
Madeleine, is
yes.
on the top of your laptop, is that little
Yes.
window open where the lens is? Sometimes that's closed and then it doesn't show.
Yeah, I've switched the camera on, and let me just see here.
Madeline, just above your screen at the top, you sometimes you see a camera with a little switch. Maybe the switch is, you need to flip it. It's like a slider on the middle top of your screen, generally. That might be closed.
Okay, let me try that.
Chair, in the interest of time, can we proceed?
Thanks.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Apologies for my technical shortcomings, colleagues. Let me just give a snapshot of the work of the Missing Persons Task Team. And by way of background, the origins of the Missing Persons Task Team are in the recommendations of the TRC that recommended that a task team be established in the NPA to continue to trace the fate and whereabouts of those who disappeared in political circumstances and to recover their remains where possible. And this was one of the recommendations that was accepted by government. And the task team was set up in 2005. As colleagues from Justice have mentioned, we have recovered the remains of 180 individuals inside South Africa. These identified remains have been returned to their families at special ceremonies hosted by the Justice Ministry across the country in all the provinces. In cases where we cannot find remains because of either absence of information or the manner in which the individual was disposed of by the perpetrators, we conduct symbolic reburials or spiritual repatriations, and 11 of these have been conducted so far. And these we do in partnership with the TRC unit in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, with whom we have a very close working relationship. Next slide, please. As was also indicated, we have special projects that focus on groups of individuals who faced very specific forms of political repression and death. And these are the Gallows Exhumation Project. Now, although the families know that their loved ones were sentenced to death and executed on the gallows, the state actually kept the bodies. And so the whereabouts of the remains was unknown by the families. We have recovered almost all of the deceased, and there are only 9 further political prisoners whose remains are still to be recovered. And we anticipate that this will be concluded within the next year. The second large-scale project is just presently being launched, and that is called the Exile Repatriation Project. And this relates to the fact that thousands of people were driven from the country by political repression, and several hundred of them, up to 1,000 in fact, never returned home. Many of the families reported them as missing to the TRC, and the government further accepted the TRC recommendation that community reparations be implemented for specific communities who were severely impacted by political violence. And the exile community is, in fact, one of those communities. It may not be a geographical community like, say, Katlehong, but it is a community nevertheless. Next slide, please. Continuing on the Exile Repatriation Project, in 2021, Cabinet approved a national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. And this policy allowed for an interdepartmental implementation plan to be developed, which was similarly approved in 2023 by Cabinet. The Missing Persons Task Team is a key implementing partner in this project, and we are responsible for several dimensions of the project, including data collection on those who are missing in exile, grave mapping, the actual exhumations, and the confirmation of identity. And in fact, I'm speaking to you today from Harare, where my colleagues are working in the cemetery right now, recovering the remains of 15 deceased exiles in Harare. The project is going to be launched on the 27th of September with the arrival of around 50 deceased exiles who have been either exhumed in Zambia already or are currently being exhumed in Zimbabwe. A homecoming ceremony will be hosted for the families by President Ramaphosa at the Waterkloof Air Base and at Freedom Park, and this will serve as the launch of the project. Just to highlight some of our current work, last year we were able to hand over the last of the Mamelodi 10. The remains were handed to the families and the Mamelodi community by the Justice Minister and the NDPP. And I can mention that we first recovered 9 of the remains of the Mamelodi 10 in 2005, but we could not find the 10th one. And we continued working on this case, and we actually used a drone and aerial mapping to locate the last grave. And this was the first instance in which drone aerial photography was used in a human rights case on the African continent. We also conducted spiritual repatriations in the case of 4 Mamelodi activists who were abducted and killed in 1986 and 1987 by the Northern Transvaal Security Police, and whose remains we could not recover. Another spiritual repatriation was conducted with the family of Mr. Bellington Mampe at the Worcester prison. He was a PAC member who died in political custody in 1963, and although we inspected the area where it was believed he was buried, we could not actually locate his specific grave. The remains of 2 hanged PAC members were handed to their families in Soweto and Wolmarans, respectively, in 2023. The current matters underway, we are preparing for the exhumation of a young activist who was shot dead by police in Knysna in 1986. And we are preparing to examine 9 graves in the Matatiele area for excavation in the search for missing MK member Mvula Tseku. The Missing Persons Task Team also assists the TRC component in the NPA and the DPCI by way of research, tracing of families, assisting in exhumations and DNA tests. For example, we recently assisted with the exhumation and forensic examination of the remains believed to be those of Mr. Thabo Musala, who died in detention in 1976 and is believed to have been buried in the Matatiele area of the Eastern Cape. So those are some of the matters we are currently seized with, and I will continue trying to turn my camera on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madeleine, and Advocate de Kock, for your contributions. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and members, just to say that in order to try to, to assess whether, the measures that the NPA has adopted in order to deal with TRC matters are adequate, in October 2022, in line with the remarks that were made by the full bench in the Rodriguez judgment in the South Gauteng High Court in 2019, which did go on appeal, we appointed Advocate Nsebeza, SC, to review the measures that we have adopted to deal with these cases. And by appointing external counsel to objectively review and assess the internal measures, as the NPA, we submitted ourselves to external scrutiny, and also this served as a public reaffirmation of the NPA's commitment to uphold its constitutional mandate by prosecuting without fear, favor, or prejudice, and doing whatever we can to ensure that those accountable for the atrocities during the apartheid era are held to account. Advocate Nsebeza submitted his report in June 2023, and this is publicly available. It is on our website, and we also shared a copy of his opinion with the previous chair of this committee. The opinion found that the measures adopted and implemented by the NPA to deal with TRC matters, namely the structure, the checks, the balances, which form part of the TRC component, are largely adequate. And the NPA has abided by the recommendations. We also submitted the report to the former Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ronald Lamola, to consider some of the recommendations which falls within the ministry's purview. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, that is our presentation. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity, and we stand ready to take questions and comments. And Madeleine, you are now visible. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, NTPP. Thank you very much to the representatives of the NPA who have shared with us the processes relating to TRC matters. Members, it's now time for us to interact with both presentations from the department to NPA. Is going to be Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Zotetse, Honorable Klopa, Honorable Matafa, and Honorable Mutawong. Honorable Nomvalo, and Honorable Mkweban. In that order, members, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for the various presentations. Chair, bearing in mind the enormous amount of difficulty associated with these investigations and prosecutions, which are, I'm quite sure, incredibly difficult, complex, and technical, I'm going to limit myself to very few questions. And might I start off, Chair, by congratulating Ms. Fullard on the work that she does. I think it's soul-destroyingly difficult work for her and her team, and must be extremely traumatic. And so thank you for doing that job that I'm sure very few people want to do. Chair, then I'm interested to know what the cause of the delay was in prosecuting any of these matters between sort of 2003 and 2017. I may be incorrect, and if I am incorrect, please correct me. But as far as I'm aware, these matters fell under the auspices of the PCLU in that time. So what did they do, if anything? And if they did nothing, why is that? And have there been consequences for that doing of nothing? Time is the greatest enemy of these matters. Potential accused people die. Potential witnesses die. Everyone becomes older. Everyone's memory dims. Everyone's recollection of the events becomes less reliable. And it becomes just harder and harder and harder as time goes by. As each day passes, it becomes harder to prosecute these matters. So time has always been of the essence here. What happened in those years when nothing happened? And what have been the consequences for those people who did nothing? These are important matters that deserve serious attention, and it does appear that they are getting serious attention now, which is something to commend the NPA for. It appears that the matter is now being micromanaged to a degree, and so we'll hopefully see some progress. But there's a massive period of time there that needs to be explained, and I have yet to see a plausible explanation for that lapse of time. So could I have some sort of explanation there, please? Then there was mention made of challenges with classified information. What are those challenges? What kind of challenges are they? Why are there challenges with classified information? And what needs to be done, and how can this committee help to address those challenges, if at all? Many of the matters I note are waiting for the appointment of judges. Bearing in mind that for instance, the South Gauteng High Court is postponing matters to 2029, some of them. What are the prospects of getting judges for these matters on an urgent basis, and what arrangements are in place to address this serious lack of capacity on the bench? The contracts of the prosecutors appointed to deal with these matters on contract, or the 3-year contracts, I assume are going to expire in 2024. What is or has been done to ensure continuity in this space? It should be untenable to have somebody work on these matters on a 3-year contract, and then their contract expires and they disappear into the ether, and some new person has to come and take over. That will set you back 3 years. There was a self-imposed deadline for finalization of these matters by 2026. It doesn't look like that deadline is going to be met. Comment on that then, please. An ineluctable inference of political interference between 2003 and 2017 must be made, I'm sure, by any reasonable observer of these events. I'd like some comment on that, please. And then in some of these matters that have been before courts, the courts have made recommendations as to the steps that should be taken to enhance the prosecutability or the improvement of the available evidence. Have these steps been taken? And if they haven't been taken, why have they not been taken? Then just the fact that the presentation was not entirely up to date, a little concerning. Everybody knew you were coming here today, so I would have expected it to be up to date. For instance, there was a trial date in August. Now we don't know what's happened to it. And then, of course, the matter of the CRADOC 4, it's not correct that the date reflected on the schedule is incorrect. It was last in court on the 2nd of September this year for an inquest. And yet again, it was postponed now to 2025. These long postponements help nobody. All they do is serve to further traumatize the family involved. So what was the reason for this postponement of the CRADOC 4 matter in September? And why was it postponed for such a long period of time? And why could the factors that led to the postponement not have been properly anticipated and dealt with prior to the date? So those, and then with regards to the engagement with families, I hear the NPA say they engage with families, and I'm sure they do. However, my own engagements with members of the families is I'm told something different. There are engagements. The engagements are not informative. The engagements are more of a I'm telling you what's going on session, not an interactive kind of session where families are entitled to air their views or have their concerns attended to. So if I could just get some comment on that, please. Thank you, Chair. And I'm referring specifically to the CRADOC 4 matter in this case, with the engagement with families.
Thank you, Advocate Bredenbach. Mr. Tsotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me start by congratulating the NPA for having successfully overturned some of the issues which were the findings of the courts, which were obviously misleading, wherein you would have the court saying that finding that people had committed suicide and when they did not. I think the progress in that regard is commendable. I would just like to have them comment on whether do they still have such inquest wherein they envisage to overturn these findings. What is the quantity of such, if they're available? The second issue, Chair, is I must also admit that the presentation on the missing persons is also worth appreciating. We understand that there has been 477 matters handed over on the accounts of missing persons. In terms of a roundup, are you able to give us a sense of how many have you already, how many are still outstanding? There's a specific one, Chair, which I would have had email sent to me, which would have, which involves the inquest on Boiki Tlapi in Potchefstroom. And then the family insists that we must pose this question, which is linked to the presentation that says that we're engaging with families as to whether is the state still faced with any attempts to find out what is happening with this matter. They insist that there has always been silence on the part of the state. So as you engage with the families, do you actually update them on these issues that relates to their loved ones? And if so, what could be the progress on this one? Now, Chair, I would have noted that Mr. de Kock mentioned one conviction, which was a successful conviction. I think the state against Mr. Madonsela would have received 10 years imprisonment. Coupled with my input here is, or rather, my input is more similar to what the Honorable Brettenbach might have raised earlier on, to say that it seems as if the pace of prosecution on the part of the private prosecutions is a bit faster as compared to the state. What do you know to be the difference between the two? Is it the methodologies that are used by the private prosecutions, or the diligence on the part of private prosecutions? I ask that because not all the families of victims have access to private prosecutions. It requires resources, and our people can only depend on the NPA. And if there are areas of disjuncture, I think such has to be addressed. I'm asking because if you check the issues that involves the Timol matter, the pace ever since the matter was in the hands of private prosecutors, it became a bit faster. It's for that reason that I'm asking this question. Now, there is the last issue, Chair, is that there are news that are making rounds, and they've always made rounds, which I think that you may want to assist us to have a proper understanding of. Do we still have political prisoners in the jails of South Africa? Cases that we know of. I think, let me pause there, Chair, with that question, and then I think it requires a simple response. Probably also if that, if yes, and then we may want to be given an insight on such an issue. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper.
Good day, Chair and Committee. Thank you so much for the informative presentation. I really do appreciate it. Chairperson, what's concerning is, well, the first thing that I want to speak about is the timelines. You know, despite who was doing what and when, since the dawn of democracy 30 years ago and 26 years ago that the TRC report landed on President Nelson Mandela's table, it seems that little has been done, or that the timeline just keeps getting stretched further and further, and in between there's very much big gaps that seem to have formated. What worries me is, again, there's a self-imposed deadline of 2026. The question is, I just want to find out, because if I'm looking at the apartheid victim family group, for instance, all they're seeking is closure. And I think they've waited their fair chance for closure. And if these 2026 deadlines aren't met, is there any consequences that will be put into place? Because what is the point of having deadlines if there's no consequence management if they're not met? That's the first thing. The second thing I would like to speak on is that the new community rehabilitation approach. I just would like to know a little bit more about that. What projects are they involved? How many has been rolled out, and what are the timeframes of completions again? Again, we're talking about timelines. How will these projects also be funded, and how will that funding specifically be monitored, and by whom? In the cases of Mr. Dipali's case, the judge ordered an investigation. Mr. Faji's case, the judge held that the NPA should consider criminal charges. And Mr. Iman Haron's case ordered certain individuals involved in the death be referred to the DPP, as well as the medical practitioners involved to be referred to the medical council. I just want to find out what is the progress up to date on those specific cases. Has the NPA and the DPP been engaged with the NIA counterparts to gain intelligence for further investigation into the matters of the TRC matters? Yes, I think that covers me for now. What really concerns me, I think, ultimately, with this whole report is just timelines. Obviously, for the nature of what we're dealing with, is people are getting older, as my Honorable Breitenbach did refer to, and people are dying. And then they would have made their death without ever finding closure. And then it defeats the whole purpose of this whole exercise, because we are working with people and we have to keep them in the forefront of our mind when we are doing these investigations and so forth. And rightly said, Mrs. Fullard, who's currently in Zimbabwe doing this work, you know, we commend her. She's given a timeline, and within 1 year, she expects this to be done. And I just would want the same commitment from every part of this investigation, prosecutions, and so forth, that they actually stick to the timelines given. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, the DM members, and the teams from the department and NPA, as led by the DDG and the NDPP. Chair, let me also join members in thanking the presentations that were made, and also acknowledge the good work that is being made by both sides. I'll start first, Chair, with reflections on the presentation by the department, but also looking at the remarks that were made by the DM in his introductory remarks. I'm happy, Chair, that the DM acknowledges that the pace of the repatriations and reparations is of a slow nature, particularly as affected by the regulations, which are aimed at ensuring that the process moves forward. Now, I'm just wondering, Chair, maybe it's something that the DM might take home, for them to establish if whether the manner in which the process is unfolding, does it not carry the risk of falling again into delays due to issues that have hindered progress in the first instance. And I want to believe that some of those issues, Chair, are caused by their dependence on other departments, either be it the department ensuring their processes are aligned or legislation that may require amendment. So maybe it's prudent that the DM looks at if whether it's possible, will the president consider establishing an interministerial committee? Because I agree with him as well that this is a painful process. And I think a painful process that takes so long, it's actually furthering the pain that victims and survivors have undergone. So I think maybe it's something that they can consider. If he can comment on that one, I'll appreciate it. The second question, Chair, is on the issue of the expenditure line items resulting from the reparations. I'm interested to know how are they funded? And how is the accounting of this particular funds undertaken if they are a line item, either in the department or somewhere in the government or maybe National Treasury, I'm not sure. The third one is just on the issue of tracking of the matters in general. Do the department have a tracking mechanism? If so, are there reporting timelines? And what is the reporting mechanism? I see with the NPA, they have what they call accountability sessions. So I'm not sure if whether does the department have such to ensure that everybody is on the same page as far as this particular matters are concerned. Chair, broadly, this one speaks to society in general as far as awareness and reconciliation is concerned. Listening to the presenters, one would agree that the TRC has done a lot of work, good work for that matter, to reveal the true nature of the cruelty of the apartheid system and maybe move the country somewhat to a point where there's forgiveness and reconciliation. However, Chair, when you speak to ordinary people on the street, they do not have such appreciation. Now, my question is, has the department thought of initiatives to educate South Africans, especially the younger generation, about the work of the TRC and the history of apartheid South Africa? Secondly, Chair, on the same issue, there are many reports which are suggesting that similar crimes of apartheid, which were then sanctioned by the state, are now being perpetuated by private individuals. The simple example I can use is the incident in Limpopo, where 2 Black women were killed and fed to the pigs. So my question would be, is there no need to look at implementing programs aimed at fostering national reconciliation and promote healing amongst communities which were divided as a result of apartheid? Because, Chair, I believe that we need to have a continuous national dialogue and efforts to promote understanding between historically divided groups and to ensure reconciliation and healing. And I'll argue that maybe the findings of the TRC can be the starting point in communicating this particular effort to society. The last point, Chair, on the department, those victims and survivors and maybe families who would have suffered mental scarring, are there any support that we are giving, either psychological or social, to ensure that they are also not affected going forward? And maybe just to check, how do we honor and recognize some of these victims? Are there any efforts? And if yes, they are, can you please just share with us? Quickly on the NPA, Chair, just 3 quick ones. How many cases were formally identified by the TRC requiring prosecution and formally communicated to the NPA against the 126 that are under investigation? What is happening to the difference, if there is any difference? I mentioned the accountability sessions, Chair, with the DPCI, which are commendable, and I would encourage the NPA to continue with these sessions. I just need clarity in terms of who are the stakeholders when this session happens, who else is invited in those meetings. Because somehow I agree with one honorable member that spoke about public involvement in this particular sitting. So I'm just interested to find out who else is there. Chair, last one, second last one. In terms of the capacity of the prosecuting staff component in relation to these cases, I see that they are unable to give a number, the NPA, to say, this is the number of the capacity that we require. It seems to be fluid, that is dependent on the cases. Does that not have challenges of not having resources immediately available? I just need a comment on that one, on how do they deal with it to ensure that it doesn't prevent matters being registered due to unavailability of resources at short notice. The NDPP touched on the Rodriguez case and the intervention by appointing Esin Sebeza. My question would be, according to his recommendations, what measures have been implemented to respond to his recommendations as far as the observations that the court and himself, when he launched the inquiry, would have picked up, and how far is the NPA in implementing those particular identified measures? Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutau. Honorable Mutau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. I have only one question left on my side. Chairperson, on the presentation of the NPA, I see part of the challenges for the NPA to delay some of the investigations is the issue of witnesses, accused and suspects, and people who are unwilling to testify or the ones that they are afraid. My question to the department is, what are they going to do in a situation where the accused, by now, he's over 8 years? And what is it that they are going to do in cases where the witnesses are afraid to testify or unwilling to testify? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings, Chair, to you and to all members of the committee. Chair, I would like to, and of course, greetings to members of the NPA and all the teams that are available here. I want to, Chair, start by saying that a lot of disruption has taken place already with regards to this matter. Disruption in terms of the evidence that would assist in ensuring that there is more significant progress on this matter in terms of, adducing evidence against those who are perpetrators. So that is point number one. And number two, Chair, like members have said, I can't emphasize more on the point that says many families have lost hopes because of this delay. They've lost hope because many people have died already on the side of victims, having not witnessed any kind of justice. And many have died, those who were perpetrators, having not, paid the highest price for their heartless misconduct. But now we're here, Chair. It means we are faced with a question that says, how do we reinstate confidence in those people who are victims and who are still, or who still want to witness justice for their family members who lost their lives. From an ideological point of view, I know that this point might be beyond the scope of everyone who's entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that there's progress herein. But my ideological conviction is that the process was not going to start from 1960, but it was going to date back because many evil and vicious misconducts of apartheid did not start in 1960. They started way before 1960. People were dispossessed of their lands, and some apartheid acts and laws were enacted before 1960. You have the Land Act. People were victimized because there was land dispossession, because the white settlers wanted to take their land. I know that, Chair, it is not the issue of this committee to determine. I'm saying it as a by the way issue. That is another political problem that we are faced with. Because when we say we start from 1960, it means we overlook many victims who became victims before 1960 when the apartheid was formally introduced in our system or in South Africa. And then the third problem that we have, Chair, is that one, in my belief, these matters, there was supposed to be a special court that deals with these matters, because our courts ordinarily have problems of backlog, incapacity of human resource. Their court rolls are congested and so on. Now you bring these matters within or in the midst of those problems and want to treat them as ordinary matters which are dealt with on a day-to-day basis by the courts. So that's the problem that we have. There were supposed to be special courts designated to deal with these issues once and for all, and those courts should be designed as ad hoc courts that will be given a specific period to say, adjudicate these matters from this period to that period. And you ensure that there's accountability of the judiciary in relation to such. So that is another problem that we have, Chair. But be that as it may, to me, the people that I sympathize with the most here are the victims. And I think we need to regulate the time frames for accountability to the victims, to say maybe you account to them 4 times in a year to ensure that there is no loss of conduct which might lead to loss of confidence. People will understand that there is progress that is underway. We shouldn't take time to respond to the victims. I see the engagements with the stakeholders, and insofar as they are concerned, I appreciate them, but I'm saying the most people who must be prioritized are the victims, that the relevant authorities that are entrusted with this responsibility must interact with constantly to ensure that there's no loss of hope. And then the last point, Chair, that I would like to make, I wanted to ask a question about the housing project. I don't know if I got it correctly, but in the presentation, it was mentioned that they are almost done with the housing project. So I don't know if they are almost done with building houses, or they are almost done with profiling people who must be entitled, to that project. I just want to get clarity on that, Chair. And then I think the last point that I want to make is that I think to fast track this, investigation, especially the tracing part of the victims, I think there must be a collaboration also with the SAPS centers, the police stations, because they are, mostly accessible to people on a day-to-day, basis. So there must be officers which just deal with the tracing, at in their respective jurisdictions in terms of doing their day-to-day work. Or there must be notice boards, in the police stations that are calling upon the victims to come, and register their themselves as being victims. And then I think that can assist in ensuring that there's effectiveness in the process of tracing, the victims. I think the last question that I wanted to ask was asked by Honorable Matafa, because I wanted to also know, Chair, the tracing, equipment that the department has. What kind of the equipment, and is it effective enough? Because if it has taken so much time without completing the necessary task, and then I would be left with an assumption that you are not in possession of an adequate equipment for tracing the victims. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity. I would greet everyone again, and thanks for the two presentations. I think this time the NPA tried to also give us some information, which we asked in the 6th administration. Chairperson, let me start by saying in the presentation by the department, they've mentioned that, well, the TRC identified around 21,676 persons as victims, and out of that, only 17,428 were paid the grants. So I just want to know how far are they in fast tracking or finalizing the remaining victims, the payment of that particular money. And then on the issue of the rehabilitation of communities, which was one of the recommendations of the TRC, which was the final reparation in the form of once-off grant of 30,000, medical benefits and other forms of social assistance, symbols and monuments, and rehabilitation of communities. Unfortunately, the then report, which was presented to the President and Parliament, removed issues of wealth tax and others, which were going to be long-term. But then we don't seem to be getting, because the last time they gave us progress on the rehabilitation of communities, it was only, I think, in 2021, or where they said the communities which suffered intense violence between 1960 and 1994, as my colleague has indicated, that's not only 1960, but before then, Tanzania, Mpopomeni, Boloko, Alexandra, and Guanobutle. What happened to the communities of former Kwandebele, who were terrorized by the vigilante group called Imbokodo? Because apparently there's a lot of families, actually there are families who've lost their loved ones during those periods around 1986. And nothing is forthcoming in that area. And remember, Parliament has the responsibility. It's our responsibility to make sure that there's oversight on the implementation of these recommendations. Therefore, we'll have to get information on that. And how do you work with the NGOs like the Kulumani Support Group? Because I remember they camped at the Constitutional Court for months and months, and they had a lot of challenges. I don't know how their challenges were resolved in that particular aspect, but the question is, how often do you also engage with them, because they also represent a number of victims? And it's good that you now have a victim support, but then I think the question has been asked, how often do you communicate with the victims? And the other issue is the contract prosecutors. Somebody asked, my honorable member asked about their contract is coming to an end, and what's the plan on that? Because since 2021 to 2026, you were intending to have finalized the work. One concerning factor, again, which was raised in the legal opinion of Advocate Nsebeza, was you mentioning the report. The TRC report is saying 300. It speaks about 300 perpetrators or cases. In fact, yes, perpetrators. But then here you are only focusing on the 126 now, and whereas when you presented in the 6th administration, it was 135. So my question is, what happened to the 215 apartheid era atrocities? Why are you prioritizing only this 126 or 135, whichever? What criteria have you used? And I think if you come and say you don't have the docket, the information, who is supposed to, in fact, I mean, because there was a TRC hearing, those records, the custodian of all those records, the witness statement and everything, that I think is the property or the information, the property of the state. It should have been kept by the Department of Justice. You are speaking about the issue of classification of information. I think, Chairperson, as Parliament, we should make sure that NPA department is not struggling. How do we coordinate as Parliament to enforce and make sure that all these matters are attended to speedily? Because you cannot have a challenge of now there's classified information which you cannot access to prosecute a matter. The issue of witness protection, I've heard you raise that issue, but my concern is that can you clarify the Section 10 of the Witness Protection Act? Because I know that the witness protection, most of the time, they will limit it to the total removal and protection, whereas there are other options which you can look into to do that. I see the opinion also was suggesting that you should make sure you work very closely with the police, or you push, or you make sure that they cooperate with you. I think you need to indicate as well, what intervention can we do as the committee? Because Chairperson, engaging the SAPS, the state security, but to fast track and finalize these particular matters, because I don't think we should be now pushing the goalpost again, because NPA is very much well-resourced. So you have resources, you are one of the most funded institutions. So I think now it's a question of, once those contract expires, how do we make sure that we move forward? The suggestion of special courts, it's brilliant. How can we also, as a Parliament, assist in that particular respect? But one of my concerns as well, Chairperson, is that I see the team which presented here. From your team, the leadership of the TRC component, how many of your leadership in this team? Because when you engage the victims, the languages which you are speaking with them, I see a lot of your leadership is from an English-speaking background. How many of your leadership within NPA who can speak Zulu, Xhosa, and Swazi, and Ndebele, Setswana, and engage the families in their languages and in understanding their cultural background. So I think that that information will help. And Chairperson, finally, can we have the spreadsheet of all the matters, those 300 matters, and then we see which ones have been dealt with and which ones are still remaining, and it will tell us why the 215 is not being handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane. Deputy Minister Nell and the DOJ team, you are going to take questions and comments relevant to you. Then after you will take the NDPP and the NPA team to respond on matters directed to them. DM?
Chairperson, thank you very much. With your kind permission, if I could come in after the acting DG and the team have responded. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Acting DG?
Thank you, Chairperson. The questions for the TRC unit in the Department of Justice. Let me deal with one of the first questions in relation to the community rehabilitation approach, the timelines, and who will monitor. I think that will be dealt with by the TRC unit itself under DDG side. On the question of expenditure line items, and that's a question by Honorable Matapo, line items and how are they funded, how are they accounted for? Chairperson, I can answer this very quickly. There is a fund that is within the department, a ring-fenced fund, which is called the President's Fund. The monies are handled separately from the rest of the funds of the department. It is made up of money that was donated for the TRC reparations, and the monies are accounted for separately, and it has its own audit. It has its own audited financial statements as well, which is submitted together with the rest of the financial statements of the department in terms of its other funds and the vote of the department itself. So there's proper accounting for those funds. The tracking mechanism for accountability and sessions, as well as everyone, to ensure that everybody is on the same page. We work very closely with each other from the Constitutional Development Branch and legislation to ensure that the policy questions insofar as developing the regulations are finalized. And I think that we do have deadlines for the regulations. We indicated that the housing regulations must be signed off before the end of this financial year. Because there are quite a few processes that need to be undertaken once we deal with the drafting of the regulations. There's also consultation with the Minister of Finance, etc., that has to be undertaken. So we've given ourselves till the end of this year to get those regulations underway. I'm still awaiting some information on community rehabilitations, but if the TRC unit is aware of any issues in that regard, they can also speak to that. I've spoken to the housing regulations, so may I hand over to DDG side to take the rest of the questions, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will deal with the question on social cohesion that was raised, and then the rest of the questions, Ms. Ifuno Mbadi from the TRC unit would respond. At the outset of the presentation, the point I was raising as to why the TRC unit is located within constitutional development, and if I may, the constitutional development unit is made up of three chief directorates dealing with constitutional implementation, social justice, and participatory democracy. And the third chief directorate looks at international relations work and mutual legal assistance and extraditions. However, with our international relations work, of course, it's informed by our constitutional values of human rights, equality, and issues of governance and accountability. And matters that come through from the TRC unit, particularly in terms of not just healing, looking at issues of how do we promote cohesion, how do we promote tolerance and non-discrimination, which falls under our constitutional implementation unit. And so the interface between all of these units are quite significant in respect to looking at the issues of apartheid, addressing issues of discrimination, inequalities, and tolerance. In fact, the matters you've raised, we have under the Social Justice Chief Directorate, we have what we call the National Action Plan for Racism, Intolerances, Xenophobia, etc., which came out of the World Conference on Racism, which has a rapid response mechanism, which then highlights the kinds of incidences that we're seeing around the country, and it's made up of external stakeholders, NGOs, the Chapter 9 institutions, amongst others, and it meets regularly. And in fact, the matter that was raised with the two women, amongst many of the issues that we've been having in schools on racism, because a point that you raise is that 30 years later, I think it was raised in the spirit, 30 years later, we shouldn't be having these kinds of intolerances, especially amongst younger people in our country. So the issues of social cohesion, promotion of tolerance, promotion of identifying, and this is a part of where we also have a project that looks at legal empowerment because of our history where legal literacy. In fact, we probably were one of the countries that had the highest rates of legal illiteracy, which was by design. And so ensuring legal literacy on, well, not just legal literacy, but specifically on human rights and constitutional issues is something that that particular unit does under our program on legal empowerment, where community advice officers around the country are supported because they deal with many of the matters directly and firsthand and provide the kind of legal support, but not just legal support, but awareness raising. Because a factor that you may note from our conference on human rights that was held earlier this year, which looked at issues of rights across the constitution and across the various government departments. And what constantly comes up is we've got strong legal systems, but our mindset and our attitude and our way to resolve disputes, especially on issues of discrimination, still requires a lot more work, even despite the fact that we've got the constitutional infrastructure, Chapter 9 institutions, and legislation. As an example, equality courts on racism doesn't come up as much, despite the fact that we've got our country was structurally engineered to enforce discrimination and enforce that kind of intolerance towards others who are different to us. So this is located within this branch for the particular reason of addressing these issues so that communities are clear. And I think that's another fundamental point that came out through many of the cases that we've observed through the equality courts, but on just issues of discrimination, is that in many areas, especially the more outlying areas, communities and people in our country are just not even able to, because of the deep-seated nature of apartheid and its impact, to even identify that you're being discriminated against. So to understand how to firstly identify that you're discriminated against and behavior that is intolerable is one aspect. But in addition to that, how you defend and protect that and use the mechanisms is another factor. We still have a very high level of illiteracy, and we're intensifying for the next 5-year period the work that we're doing on literacy per se. And additional to that, another aspect that we had in this current financial year and this 5-year period which is now going into the next 5-year period, is how do we work with communities to promote social cohesion? And there are programs running around the country in different formats, whether it's through awareness raising, to engagement, to dialogues. And during this 30 years of constitutional democracy, we've run a series of dialogues that comes out through in various thematic issues as to what, how do we set the pace for the next 30-year period, and how do we assist in managing and understand issues that are still affecting us, and what should be the responses, what are the narratives. We also have a quick example is our annual moot court competition, where we go to high schools so that look at issues from the Bill of Rights, so that young people particularly, and this is done with the Department of Education, are able to engage on constitutional issues and have first-hand reactions to understand how to ensure that they are not discriminated against, and if they are, what it is that they do. And I want to just end on the point that as it's Heritage Month, and then the following month of November, where we're looking at issues of tolerance, we're again running a series of dialogues with communities, and also on the more academic and theoretical issues of how the systems are working and where to now track and ensure that we set up a series of different indicators to respond to going forward. Allow me to pause there and hand over to my colleague, Ms. Lufuno, to take on the other questions. And if necessary, I'll come back to respond to those that we haven't.
Thank you, DDG. Thank you for the questions. I'm going to start off with the question that spoke to community rehabilitation, which was making reference to timelines, which are continuing to be stretched. The question was to find out how is community rehabilitation going to be funded and how. So the community rehabilitation, as the acting DG has also indicated, will be funded from the President's Fund. The how part will be in the regulations. So the regulations that are going to be finalized soon will also be indicating how. In terms of who then will be implementing those different projects, it will also be regulated. And then with regard to the, I think the comment was made to the DM in terms of the IMC, Interministerial Committee to assist. I think I will leave that for him. And then there was a question asking if there is any psychological support, any support, psychological or social, that is given to victims and survivors. How do we honor the victims? Each of our recommendations, in a way, does make provision from the regulations that are already promulgated. The regulations do speak to psychological support. For an example, our regulations on basic education and higher education do make provision for psychological support. There is an amount that is also provided to assist in that regard. The regulations that speaks to exhumations and handover, when that process is taking place, we do engage DSD to assist the families with the psychological support that is required. In terms of how do we honor victims, we do not honor individual victims, but the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, because it does run with symbols and monuments. There are different monuments that speaks to different liberation struggle. For an example, the naming or the changing of the street names and the different monuments that are there. So there is honoring of certain victims, although not all. However, the program itself, the reparation program itself, it is also intended to restore the human dignity that the different TRC identified victims lost as a result of the gross human rights violations. And with regard to the question on housing, The question was whether the regulations are finalized or whether it is the profiling of people that is finalized. Yes, we have profiled the people that are supposed to receive the houses. Our basis for so doing is the TRC list. We went back to the individual files. We checked those people that TRC had assessed and approved for housing. So our profiling or our reparation on housing, it's incident based. It will not be all the 21676, but it's only those that the TRC assessed for a housing. And then the question on the payment of the individual grants, the outstanding number, why is it not paid, or why, or may I say, why are others not paid as asked? The outstanding number is made of people who decided not to receive the individual grant. Some of them have indicated that their involvement in the liberation struggle was not, they were not expecting to be paid. So they were doing it just that the country may be liberated. However, when we were doing the searches, there are people that we did not find. So those people were not found. There is a provision in the Act itself to say if any other time later, they might want to apply for their fund, the grant, they are still free to do so. So even though we have finalized the actual searches, there are a few people that are still applying for the 30,000. So whoever applies will still get it. Those who have not yet applied, by the time they would want to apply, the money will be available. And then in terms of the KwaNdebele community, what has happened to other communities? We have, in terms of community rehabilitation, 128 communities that the TRC referred to. So the department will only be able to rehabilitate 18 of the 128, and the reason being the limitation in terms of the amount of money which is in the president's fund. So the 4 that we've done, the 4-5 that have been done are still not yet implemented because the regulations are not yet in place. And the rest of the number, which has not even been consulted with, will only be consulted with when the regulations are in place. And how are we working with the Khulumani Support Group? This is ongoing. When we do our community outreaches in terms of the awareness raising on the different reparations, particularly the education reparations, we are working with the Khulumani Support Group members in different communities. How often do we communicate with the victims? It's also ongoing. We're communicating with them through WhatsApp messages when it's time for the application for a particular reparation. We do receive calls from them, which we respond to. We do have the outreaches when they happen. We are in communication with the victims. So the communication it's ongoing. And I think in respect of the Constitutional Court matter, the Galela campaign part of the Khulumani Support Group has been met by the former minister. They have been met by the current DG. I was also in attendance in the meeting that they were met with, and the issues that they raised actually relate to the closed list, the fact that the TRC itself followed the closed list approach. In two meetings that I was there was a request from the former minister's office that the people who are TRC identified, who are part of that group, should submit their names so that we check whether they have received the reparations. We checked and they had received the reparations. So the issue really is the fact that the TRC followed a closed approach, and they are victims of apartheid who have not made it to the TRC list. And the response to how then do we deal with the closed list, Parliament will then have to hear Khulumani Support Group and the other victim support organizations and decide whether they would want to open the TRC again, so that all those people then make it to the TRC identified list. So the TRC defined a victim, and a victim is a person that the TRC defined as having suffered the gross human rights violations of the past. So all people that have not been defined as such by the TRC are people then that fall outside the mandate of the department. However, I think if Parliament is willing to hear and reopen the TRC, that then is going to assist that the other victims of apartheid who did not make it to the TRC could then be attended to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. That was comprehensive from the questions that were raised. So I'll hand over now to Deputy Minister.
No, that's fine. The Deputy Minister will come last. Now we'll take NDPP and the NPA team. NDPP?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'll deal with two issues to start off with, and then my team will address issues, and if there's anything at the end, I will come back. But just the issue on the delay that has been asked by more than one honorable member. Firstly, I think what I should say is that we have acknowledged publicly that there has been an unacceptable delay in dealing with accountability and justice for victims and survivors of atrocities committed during the apartheid era. And I agree with the Honorable, Nomvao that, the fact that, so much of time has passed, and now, even though we're trying to expedite these matters, and you heard about the challenges, but we're really trying to, it is, we almost, as Honorable Breitenbach said, micromanaging in many ways to try to get these cases moving. The fact that it has already taken so long before 2017, 2018, it is a gap that's glaring in terms of, what could have done, what could have been done differently, and why was there no accountability during that period, or limited accountability and justice, let's put it that way. When we appointed Advocate Nsebeza to look into the measures that the NPA had implemented, the brief that we gave to him stated that if in the process of the review, measures, he finds that the measures that we've adopted are inadequate, then we ask that he makes recommendations to enable the NPA to strengthen them. But we also said that if council has reason to believe that there's evidence or information that would amount to a violation of Section 41(1) of the NPA Act, that such issues are to be escalated to the NDPP to take forward, or if necessary, the matter will be referred for criminal investigations. Section 41(1), of course, refers to any interference in the work of the National Prosecuting Authority, which is a criminal offense. In his report, Advocate Nsebeza indicated that he didn't have sufficient time to look into this matter, and that he recommends that there be a commission of inquiry to look into this matter. So that's the one aspect of it. The second aspect of it is in the course of the Rodriguez case, Advocate Vusi Piccoli, the previous one of the national directors, ex-national directors of public prosecutions, and members of the NPA deposed to affidavits which talked to what they refer to as interference in the work of the NPA in its ability to deal with properly investigating and prosecuting these matters. These are public documents that are available, and members can have a look at that and read what they had to say about what they experienced during that time. But that's as far as we can take it. And we certainly, currently are doing everything that we possibly can to make sure that there isn't any further delays, notwithstanding the challenges that Advocate de Kock mentioned, and one or two of the honorable members as well, acknowledging that these cases are this old, I don't want to go into the details, but there are a number of challenges, and it is so that the victims, are losing confidence that they will ever receive justice. But that is why the communications with the victims and the families is really important. And I will leave Advocate de Kock to deal with that. And also the point made by Honorable Breitenbach that some of the engagements with the families that she has had have indicated that they are not getting the necessary information. We can deal with that. We have a good idea of where that is coming from, but I'll leave it to Advocate Kock to deal with all our engagements with the families to ensure that they are, if matters are being postponed, if matters cannot proceed, if we cannot hold an inquest, if we cannot have a prosecution, why is this the case? So that even though they may not agree and they may still be hurt, and that's putting it mildly, that there won't be justice, at least they understand what the efforts has been and why there's nothing more that can potentially be done. But Advocate de Kock will deal more with that. On the issue of private prosecutions, I think Honorable Trosetsi, I think it is, that mentioned this, was referring to probably private legal representation as opposed to private prosecutions. I'm not aware of any private prosecutions in this matter, in TRC matters, but certainly there are some families that have private legal representation. And when I took office, there was a lot of pressure being put by certain legal representatives and families and an NGO with regard to certain matters. And I want to say that from the very outset, our view and approach has been that it cannot be that only those families that are able to afford private legal representation, that those matters move, and that we must make sure that even the ordinary South Africans that have suffered, that cannot afford private legal representation, that those cases are not forgotten and that we deal with them. And I will give an example of one of the inquests, and that is the inquest of Mr. Dipale, who, in the course of investigating the inquest of Mr. Haffergy, it was actually established that Mr. Dipale, who was not represented by any private counsel or legal representative, was in fact detained at the old John Foster Square at about the same time as Mr. Haffergy, and that we then pulled that case out. And we in fact asked for a joint inquest to be held. At the end of the day, Advocate de Kock can confirm whether it was joint or not, but it gives you an indication that we don't only, it's just that those cases, because of the legal representation, get a higher profile in the public. So it seems to appear that those matters are being dealt with because of the publicity around it, but that is not the case. We are giving all cases the attention that they deserve, in particular, those that cannot afford legal representation. I remember ex-National Director Vusi Piccoli always said, have a bias for the poor, and that is the way the NPA approaches its work. I'm going, as far as the contract prosecutors are concerned, I'll just touch on this and hand over to Ms. Madeleine Fuller to deal with a couple of matters. On the contract prosecutors question, we were able to get a deviation in originally, or as you know, contracts can only be for a period of 12 months. That's the normal dispensation, but we asked for an exception And we were able to appoint contract prosecutors in the NPA to deal specifically with TRC matters for a 3-year period. We recently applied for these posts, for new posts to deal with these, because we realized that these cases, they're ongoing investigations. As you heard from Advocate de Kock earlier, that it's not like you have a fixed number of cases. As we're investigating, there's new cases coming up, and we anticipate that these matters will take longer than we expected. And at the end of the day, they will always be, these prosecutors can be absorbed in the event that we are able to deal with all of the TRC matters, and there's no longer a need for this capacity of permanent prosecutors. There's always vacancies in the NPA. We can always absorb them. So we did request that that there be permanent posts for these positions. The DG did send that back with some queries regarding it. We've dealt with that and sent it back to the office of the DG. So we're waiting to hear what the outcome of that will be. Ms. Fullard, are you ready to take on some of the questions, to deal with some of them?
Thank you, NDPP. I hope I'm visible.
You are visible, yes.
If I may, I'd like to respond to some of the questions raised.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Honorable Chotsetsi raised the question of the 477 individuals who were reported missing in the TRC report. What I can say is that the 180 individuals whose remains we have recovered are not all on that list, and I want to explain why. For example, that list of 477 does not include victims who arose out of the amnesty process, such as the PEPCO 3, Sipho Hashe, Kakawuli Godolozi, and Champion Galela are not on that list. Neither are the Mamelodi 10, but those are cases where we have worked and we've recovered remains. And that's the fact that those amnesty cases are not reflected on that list is more a question of timing around the issuing of the TRC report. Secondly, some people on that list of 477 relate to larger cases. I can refer, for example, to the case of Richard Lensela, whose family reported him missing to the TRC. And through our work, we established that he had been shot dead with 3 other trained ANC MK cadres in June 1986 near the border of Botswana. And when we were able to recover their remains from a small village called Letabong, not far outside of Rustenburg, we located 4 bodies who were riddled with gunshots, and we have identified 2 of the others. 1 is still pending DNA identification. So the other 3, you don't see their names on that list of 477, but we cannot just exclude them. We have to exhume all of them. And this also goes to the matter of what my colleague Lufuno Mbadi referred to as the closed list challenges. When we are recovering remains, we cannot stick to a closed list. If people died in the same incident, we need to recover all of them. So I hope that clarifies some of the challenges around the list of 477. On the matter of Boyki Klapi, which was raised, what I want to explain there is that essentially we as Missing Persons Task Team, we have 2 kinds of cases. We have firstly what you can call clandestine or covert abductions or disappearances. And those instances, the fate and whereabouts of the missing person or the deceased is known only to a small group of perpetrators. And the only cases in that category where we have managed to recover remains are cases where the perpetrators applied for amnesty, such as the Mamelodi 10 and the PEPCO 3. We would never, for example, have located the burnt remains of the PEPCO 3 without that amnesty application, which revealed that they had been abducted and taken all the way to Craddock, to an abandoned rural police station at Post Chalmers, and we conducted excavations there. So in those clandestine covert abductions, our capacity to recover remains depends on the availability of information from amnesty applications. Now, there was no amnesty application in the case of Boyki Klapi. So we have dealt there with largely hearsay information from certain police officers and so on. So there's been a great deal of challenges in the cases where there were no amnesty applications, and we have not really been successful. The second category of cases that we deal with are those where people were killed in what we can call the public domain, such as skirmishes or incidents that were not clandestine, for example. And a lot of the remains that we have recovered have been those of combatants who were killed inside the country in clashes with the police and so on. So there is definitely a challenge with those clandestine covert abductions that I'm referring to. Honorable Member Matafa spoke about the question of memorialization. One of the chief locations of memorialization is that we try to ensure that TRC victims and those whose remains we recover, their names do appear on the Wall of Remembrance at Freedom Park, which is in the city of Tshwane. There is, for example, also in the case of the political prisoners who were executed on the gallows, there is the outstanding gallows museum, which is at Hosimampuru prison, where those political prisoners who were hanged and executed on the gallows are memorialized. And that museum is, quite frankly, one of the most outstanding worldwide. And I do believe it doesn't get enough publicity and attention, because truly that is it's a devastating museum, and it's very hard to visit, but it is of world-class quality. For example, also in the exile repatriation project that is underway at the moment, we integrate our work with the municipalities, and we have met with Salga, for example, to ensure that as the remains of deceased exiles are brought back to the country, the local municipality is able to look at ways of local forms of memorialization, such as street renaming and other public buildings and so on. So those are some of the forms of memorialization. We also try to refer families to other departments where possible. For example, many of them face severe socioeconomic challenges, and housing is a challenge, for example, and we do try to interact with other departments there. I believe that there was a question around our work in efforts to trace the remains and who we work with. We do work very closely with SAPS, the police, with the health department, because the forensic pathology facilities, the mortuaries, and their records, mortuary books, mortuary registers, are absolutely fundamental to our work in terms of looking for unidentified bodies that were brought to the mortuary at a particular time. We work closely with the municipalities, as I've said, particularly their cemeteries department and cemetery registers and records, home affairs as well. And we do have in the National Archives a small collection of residual security police documents, which have been very fruitful for our work, such as, for example, the security police photo album, where the security police compiled a collection of over 7,000 photographs and information about people who went into exile. And that is a really rich source of information that we use. I believe that Advocate Mkhwebane raised the very important issue of language and cultural sensitivity. And I want to stress that in our work, we do work extremely hard to incorporate spiritual, religious, and cultural practices. I think through over 15 years of work, we have learned to work extremely closely with families. On the question of languages also, we are a multilingual team, And members of our team speak Sepedi, Sesotho, isiXhosa, isiZulu, isiXhosa, Setswana, isiNdebele, and isiSwati. And mna ndivela eKapa, kodwa ndisebenza apha eGauteng ngoku, ndisebenza isiXhosa kancinci. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was a beautiful Xhosa.
I'm so glad you appreciate it.
And DPP, are you done now on your side?
No,
Should we
Chair, we're not done. Advocate de Kock?
Thank you very much, NDPP and members of the committee. I will ask the Director of Public Prosecutions in the Eastern Cape to please just answer the question on the Craddock 4, as well as the question raised by Advocate Breitenbach. And I think she referenced this particular matter in terms of communication with the families. So the DPP of the Eastern Cape, and this also then emphasizes our working methodology, that the operational management of these cases are in our provinces, in the jurisdictions of our DPP. Advocate Madolo, can you please respond to that?
Advocate Madolo.
Chair, we may have to come back to him because he did send us a message. He's having some challenges with his connectivity. Maybe he just dropped. Oh, he is there. All right, we can hear you. Can you put your camera on if possible?
Okay.
It seems like Advocate Madolo is having, Mr. Madolo is having some challenges. Advocate de Kock, maybe you can continue and we can come back to him in the interest of time.
Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Advocate Madolo, we'll come back to you. If you've got a challenge with your camera, that's fine. You don't need to switch your camera on, but you can give us the input at the end. I just want to pick up on
Advocate de Kock, before the chair asks you, you can just tilt your camera so that you are a little more visible. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to emphasize firstly on the question of the number of inquests. This is also linked to the question of the availability of judges. And it also speaks to the question of whether or not there's a need for special courts. Just to indicate that the approach that we do follow is that in the majority of these matters, it will be dealt with in the high courts of the country. And we feel that that will get the necessary attention. We currently have 25 inquests that are at various stages of preparation, either on the court rolls or that we are going to ask for reopening. So there's quite a huge number. And that explains why some of it reflects a judge to be appointed. That will happen in collaboration with the DPP of a particular jurisdiction that then engages with the judge president. So there's no cause for concern. It's a normal practice in terms of enrollment of cases, and the JP will certainly allocate judges appropriately in each of the matters that we have. Now, the next issue, and the NDPP touched on this, was the question of private prosecutions. Just to emphasize that there are 0 private prosecutions in TRC matters. All of the matters are within the mandate of the investigating authorities, the DPCR, and the prosecuting authority. We do work with private practitioners, and we've invited private practitioners to work with us. Our last meeting with the private practitioners was in January of this year. And we, of course, encourage where family members have private practitioners that they work closely with our prosecutors. But the prosecutors are leading, and the mandate to deal with these matters is in the hands of the state, and the MPA represents the state in all criminal proceedings, including proceedings involving the TRC related matters. I turn to the question of timelines that have been raised. Just to emphasize, the MDPP did indicate some of the issues regarding delays, and that, of course, that may still be work in progress to understand what informed the aspects of the delays. But if we look at the presentation that has been made, you will see that a common thread throughout the presentation is one, identification of all the cases that needs critical attention. Two, that there's a thread in terms of accountability in relation to both the investigation and the prosecution of the matters. Three, there's accountability in terms of monitoring and evaluation of all of that, which happens on a monthly basis. And four, in each of the cases, a case plan or an action plan is developed with specific timelines in relation to that. So we're confident that the measures that we've put in place now will do justice to all of the work that has to be done, and we'll adhere strictly to the timeframes that are put in place. But to emphasize the point that the work is ongoing and the work is under progression, so more cases are being added, and that explains why you can't have a fixed timeline, you can't have a fixed date to cut off. And so we're acutely aware of the work that needs to happen, and that also speaks to the question of the resourcing that needs to take place in relation to these matters. These are ongoing matters that's looked at by the leadership of both the prosecution and the investigating authorities, so that we can be sure that we've got sufficient resources to deal with the strict timelines that we've now put in place. The NDPP did reference the question of the permanent capacity that we are creating. And just again to emphasize that this will now mean that there will be posts created within the MPA, specifically that speaks to the work of the TRC prosecutions, and that these prosecutors will then be permanently appointed. And so the risk of prosecutors leaving while they had worked on cases is reduced. Even if prosecutors are promoted within our establishments, those prosecutors can still be retained to complete cases that they were worked on in the TRC. So that is going to be the advantage of creating the permanent capacity. All of the existing contracts, we have asked for extensions of those contracts, and we are also asking for additional contracts. So that will be pending the creation of the permanent capacity that we've requested. As far as witness protection is concerned, the presentation does reflect that there will be a two-day workshop held on the 7th of October. At this workshop, we will call all the relevant officials who are involved in TRC work, and we will develop a particular intervention or strategy to address concerns regarding witness protection. Just to confirm that we do have a witness protection unit that is currently housed within the MPA. This is a fully fledged functional unit, and many witnesses are currently held in witness protection. It's a voluntary program. So where witnesses wish to come onto the program, and after screening and evaluation, we will certainly take up witnesses into our witness protection program. That will ensure that the integrity of our work is guaranteed, and the integrity of any trial or the integrity of any inquest or formal proceedings in court, that we can ensure that integrity is guaranteed as well. On the question of whether or not we should go beyond the 1960 cutoff, unfortunately, this was a decision made by Parliament in the TRC legislation that set the period from 1960 to 1994. And so we guided by that legislation in terms of the work that is currently happening within this environment. Linked to that is the question regarding the 300 referrals, or the reference to 300 referrals from the TRC. Just to note that there were no specific total number of referrals by the TRC. What we have done is to go through all the volumes of the TRC work to identify which matters the TRC did not make any finding on amnesty, and where there were outstanding investigations that were required. So this is also ongoing work, and we're dealing with that question. But I just want to emphasize there were no list of 300 cases of perpetrators referred to the MPA. We are looking at all of the evidence presented at the TRC to understand exactly which investigations are justified. And then linked to that, the current total number of matters that's been dealt with by the MPA since 2021 is 156 matters. And then currently 126 matters are still under investigation. So that's just for clarification as well. On the question of our ability to engage with victims, both culturally and in terms of the language of the choice, my colleague has explained how it works in the missing persons task team. Just to emphasize that 8 of our 10 directors of public prosecutions speak all of the languages of the country, and they are the leadership of the MPA in the regions. And the MPA personnel are in line with the equity profile and the demographics of the country. So there's no issue as far as language is concerned, and the MPA is well aware of all of its responsibilities in that regard, to communicate with our people in the language of choice. So I think NDPP, I've covered that. If we can ask Advocate Madolo to please come in now and deal with the question of the postponement of the Cradock 4 matter until 2025, as also the engagements with all of the families in relation to the Cradock 4 matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Tikok. NTBP, are you done from your side? Did we finally get Advocate Madolo?
Chair, yes, Advocate Madolo is from my side as well. He is the DPP in Eastern Cape. So if we could allow him, Chair, to proceed and deal with this particular matter of the Cradock 4. And then if there's, we'll just, check that there's nothing that's outstanding. And if there's anything more, we'll conclude then. Thank you, Chair. Advocate Madolo. I'm not sure if you muted Advocate Madolo. If you could unmute. Can't hear you. Through you, Chair. We still don't seem to hear you.
Looks like they have serious network problems. Okay. I think let's close up NTPP. I think members are also expected to attend the House sitting. So let's close it there.
If you'd allow us then to respond in writing to that question
Yes,
on the Cradock 4 matter, we're happy to do that. I don't think there's any other. I think there was a question about challenges with classified information. It's not dealt with, Chair.
Can you hear me now?
I see Barry Madolo, Chair, through you. Would you?
Yes.
How do you want us to?
Minute.
Looking for you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry, there's been network problems. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, members, honorable members, the Deputy Minister, NGBP, and the DNTPP. My apologies, we have network problems this side. But quickly, coming to the question of the Cradock 4, the matter was postponed, per agreement with all the parties involved. The matter is being case managed by the judge that's will be doing the inquest. And the arrangement regarding the postponement was done before the date of the hearing. And the reason basically was that some of the people involved in the matter, especially the Goniwe family and the Cradock community, They have a new council. They are no longer, represented by the lawyers that are representing the Paid Up 4 group. They have their own lawyers, and there were funding issues, So that was the main problem, that there's funding that's needed for counsel for the Goniwe family to be able to carry on with the inquest. There was also a problem with the former South African Defence Force members. They also needed funding. In fact, on the day of the hearing, what happened is there was an application that was served on that day, directed to Legal Aid and the Department of Justice to fund, the Goniwe family and the SANDF members that are part of this. So the matter is case managed. So the date, it was not like it was on that day that it was decided that it will be postponed. No, there was a prior agreement, but it was agreed by the parties that the matter must be formally placed before the judge, formally postponed before the judge, and there were timeframes that were given on that day regarding, what should happen with legal representation. But by December this year, at least there is some direction regarding the funding. On our side as NPA, I must emphasize this, that we are ready to run with this. We can run with it tomorrow if the parties are ready, So the other challenge is availability of counsel. That is why June was a suitable date for everyone. I think I've covered that part. Thank you. Unless there are any questions.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Advocate Madolo. The Chair, there's just one question on classified information and another one on the implementation of the recommendations by Advocate Nsebeze. If Advocate de Kock can deal with those quickly, and then we'll wrap up. DK, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Chair and members of the committee, on the classified information, these are just, we're just flagging it as practical challenges. We don't need the assistance of the committee to unlock any of those challenges. Just to say that there are many material from time to time that may have been classified, and this must be declassified by the relevant department in collaboration with the State Security Agency. So that's the first point. So it takes time, etc. And then the second point is that there's also a list of classified material that's in the possession of the SSA. And so we have arranged a meeting with the SSA on the 2nd to the 3rd of October to address those outstanding issues. So there's no concern in that regard. It's just a practical problem. Then in terms of the Nsebeze recommendations, some of the important ones are the following. The emphasis on the accountability sessions, that continues. And that, of course, we have reflected on that work continues. The TRC component to play a critical role in terms of the investigation of the matters with the police. We obviously are doing that. It shows in the methodology that we've introduced into the work. So the prosecutors and investigators are working closely together. Then the alignment of the work of the missing persons task team and the TRC component. We have closed the gaps that existed between the missing persons task team and the TRC component, and then also the sharing of information between the missing persons task team and our investigative agency. So we put structures in place, and we're also ensuring that to the extent that there's a sharing of information relevant to the investigative work, that is in place. There was another recommendation dealing with the SAPS legal representation for accused that are appearing in courts. We have addressed a letter to the National Commissioner of Police, and that matter, we understand, has also been resolved. There's a question of payment of SAPS expert witness fees. We've also resolved that issue and that recommendation. There was also a recommendation dealing with data management in relation to all of the TRC investigations and prosecutions. And as indicated in our presentation, we are currently working on integrating a system that can record and upload the progress in relation to all of the matters. There was the question of the Commission of Inquiry that has been dealt with, and then also a recommendation to ensure that the contracts in relation to the prosecutors are renewed, and we have spoken about that. So I think broadly in DPP, those were some of the recommendations that we've addressed flowing from the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate de Kock. And just one last thing, Chair, and to say that to remind committee members that Advocate Nsebeze did find that the structures and the systems and processes that we had put in place were largely adequate, but he did make some recommendations you've heard about. In conclusion, Chair, I'd just like to thank committee members, in particular Advocate Breitenbach and Mkhwebane, that specifically mentioned the Parliament's oversight role, but also the need to try to assist us in terms of us being able to do our work speedily. It shows there's a recognition on their parts that these matters are very complex and time-consuming, and that we might well require the assistance of the committee. But rest assured, if we do, we will take the committee up on that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, NTPP and the NPA team entirely for those concise responses to the questions and comments by members. DM, can you wrap up?
Chairperson, thank you very, very much. Just 5 brief points. The first is that really just to thank the members of yourself and the members of the committee for, I think, a very, very constructive engagement on this very, very important and very emotional matter. I think the questions have demonstrated a parliament that is at work in fulfilling its oversight obligations, but at the same time in fulfilling those oversight responsibilities to come forward with very, very practical and constructive proposals regarding the way forward. Also to thank the acting DDG and team, the TRC unit, and the NDPP, DPP, de Kock, and Ms. Fullard, and other members of their team. Indeed, both for their extremely, extremely comprehensive, informative replies, but also the passion with which they responded to these matters. And indeed, Chairperson, there was reference to the museum at the Hoshimampuru prison, the death row museum. I think that accounts for some of my passion for this area as well. I worked on death row for 4 years when I was at Lawyers for Human Rights, defending and seeking to overturn death sentences. So week before last, when the farewell function for former Deputy Minister Jeffrey took place at Hoshimampuru, it really also unleashed a flood of emotions and memories. I think also just to put it on record that former Deputy Minister Jeffrey himself is a listed TRC, listed by the TRC as a victim of gross human rights violations. He very narrowly escaped with his life in an ambush in KZN during the height of the violence there, and he also declined to accept reparations. The second is that I think a number of members have raised very fundamental policy matters, and I think they've been upfront to say that indeed those are policy matters. I will report those to the Minister, and we undertake to engage further with members of the committee to look at those matters. And they include the issue of the 1960 cutoff date, the closed list approach, the proposals regarding the establishment of special courts, and then also the question of political interference in the prosecution process, and the recommendation for further investigations in that regard. We will look at those matters, engage and revert. I just would like to say that during my tenure, my previous tenure as Deputy Minister of Justice from 2009 to 2013, I was not aware of any, and even less was I party to any interference in any prosecution matter, and definitely not TRC matters. The third point is that the very important issue was raised as to how do we ensure that, based on the work of the TRC and the ongoing work being done by the department and the NPA, do we deal with the very fundamental and persistent matters of racism and sexism, the very painful legacy of our history of colonialism of a special type, and to ensure that never, in the words of former President Mandela, that never, never and never again do those matters happen in our country. I think Ms. Said has referred to the National Plan of Action Against Racism and related intolerances. And I think also the forthcoming national dialogue, I think, would be an appropriate forum to discuss some of these very important matters. The fourth point is that I think it's become very clear out of this discussion that there is a very real need for tighter coordination of and collaboration between the relevant government departments and entities working on this. The proposal for the establishment of an interministerial committee has been made. That obviously is a matter that ultimately would fall within the ambit of the president, but we will certainly explore and raise that very constructive proposal. Lastly, Chairperson, Ms. Fuller didn't raise it in her presentation before the Portfolio Committee on this occasion. I don't know whether I would suspect that she would have done so on a previous occasion. And that just is that one of the aspect of the missing person task team's work that I think is truly inspiring also is the dimension of international cooperation, both between ourselves and other countries on our continent, in our region, but also the very valuable work done by experts from countries like Argentina, who had a similar history of people disappearing, of people being tortured and assassinated. And I think that really highlights the essence of what international solidarity is all about. The slogan that an injury to one is an injury to all, or in the words of Martin Luther King, that an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And so in that context, we really commend the work being done by the NPA, the department, and the Missing Persons Task Team in particular. And we again thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee, for this engagement.
Thank you very much, DM Oliver Nkwebane.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I think one critical issue is that Slalo, there's the opinion which mentioned the 300 cases. So I was referring to what Advocate Ntsebeza acknowledged the work of the NDPP and the establishment of this TRC component 2021, and indicated the concern they had on the adequacy of the audit of all TRC investigations. And that legal opinion says TRC referred some 300 cases to the NPA. Okay, he says it's not the case, but then be that as it may, can we receive then the list of all the cases they are busy with? He says 159. Can we receive that spreadsheet so that we can check? And then one will have to then go back to the legal opinion because it's detailed, but then our team assisted us to summarize, and that's what it says there. Secondly, if we can receive the response from DDG side about the colleague mentioning the Bogoto, former Kwandebele cases, that report and the reasons why they decided to do, she said lesser than the 100 and something, which was recommended. So if they can send that information, Chairperson, in writing. But I think it will help Advocate Batohi that I know you have worked, and the opinion was also concerned about the issue that, I mean, it's now almost 5 years, and I don't think the intention was to make this a permanent structure, but yes, creation of employment, expanding your capacity. But I think then there was that laxity of then just working, forgetting that there was a time frame of 2026. Thank you so much, Chairperson. If you can just receive that in writing, thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhwebane. NDPP, I'm sure you got that. Can you do the response to writing to the committee secretary? That's fine then. Members,
Yes,
thank you very much.
yes, Chair. Thank you very much. We'll look at that and see what we can, if there's any, we want to share and be as transparent. If there's any issues with any cases that we find we have reservations, we'll let the committee know, but we're more than happy to be, to share what we can. So we'll definitely look at that and respond in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, NDPP. Honorable Mkhwebane, that information is going to be provided. It will therefore, after having been received, it will be shared with the committee members. Then we'll take it from there. Members, thank you very much for the robust engagement with the matter of the TRC, which we regard as very important, and which we commit as the committee that we're going to monitor it very closely for effective processing, so that at least both the department and NPA and any other departments that are dealing with repatriations and related matters, we're going to monitor that process to ensure that we play a supportive role as Parliament to ensure that you bring matters to finality on time, on the time frames you set for yourselves. The DM has left. He indicated that he has got another engagement. One.
Chairperson, not yet, but if I may, I would be very indebted to you and the committee.
Thank you very much, DM. You are excused.
Thank you very much.
The team from the Justice Department, thank you very much for that concise, thorough briefing on the work that the department is doing in relation to all the TRC matters. And I think acting DG, you must play a collaborative role to the NPA and all other departments who may be seated with issues of repatriation and stuff. so that you are able to assist each other in ensuring that the matters are brought to finality on time. Members, I think now any other matters we still have to follow up on the things the NDPP is going to do a written response in some of the matters, but I don't think it really needs a meeting platform for us to ask questions around these matters. We can just write to them when a need arises and ask progress on the matters they said they are dealing with. So NDPP and your team, thank you very much for that concise presentation. The Department of Justice, the DM and the acting DG were told that the DG and the minister outside the country. But I think we appreciate the fact that when the minister and the DG are not in the country, but work can still be done. We don't really have to wait for them to be around for us to proceed with the work entrusted to us. So members, thank you very much to you as well. We appreciate your efforts to ensure that the executive is accountable. Now this brings the matter, Advocate Mkwebane, the matter of the statutory rape arrangement. There's a first meeting on Friday of committee secretaries to start the action plan. So I'm sure immediately after we'll get a thorough briefing regarding that matter. It's one matter the speaker said we must prioritize as well. Members, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. Members, thank you very much, all of you. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Bye.